as we switch to a different scene here. Right, I appreciate everybody for watching here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. And I have a whole spiel I say at the end of the show, right? The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. The first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. We got another guest here. Blessings to Freak. What's going on, brother? You doing all right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, you doing all right?
So, I guess we're gonna close it down. I won't get in the way, but
No, it's fine. You take
I
your
was
time.
supposed to get with you earlier in the week, to talk about doing the reading. We can
Right,
kind of crash course it right now or something if you want.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
All right,
Yeah. Thanks for
the
joining.
2 chapters.
I appreciate you, man. Excellent contributions to Ron there. Blessings, brother. Definitely enjoy your commentary there. So yeah, definitely thank you for calling. And yeah, call in anytime. We're here for a little while, and if you want to call back, for sure. But yeah, go ahead, the Freak, man.
Yeah, great guest. We love the Kiwis and the Aussies over here. And he was enthusiastic, you could tell he's got a lot to contribute. So,
yeah.
Anyway, it was also good seeing Cecil because it's been forever since I seen him.
Right. Yeah.
So glad he's still doing all right and rocking and rolling.
Oh yeah. He called in like the last maybe 10 shows or so. But yeah.
Awesome. So the 2 chapters that I want to do is the Psalms 136 and the Surah 55. And there's about 14 verses in the Surah that need to be read off before 136 starts. But then once you sync them up, they're pretty much like it's what I say. It's the same song with a different hook, right? And I think what that proves is that the God of David is the same God of Muhammad. He's receiving. They're both receiving from the same spirit, and to me, it's undeniable. And just a matter of getting people to realize the bigger picture. So if you want, maybe just kind of do like a dry run rehearsal or something for maybe an earlier show or earlier time to like do a cool presentation, or you could just say, crazy, get the hell off my stage and do it some other time, whatever you want.
Yeah, it's up to you, the Freak. Let's take a look at it. What's the verse from Psalms?
All right.
Because I'm pretty sure.
Let me get you a link.
A verse. I'm pretty familiar with Surah 55 and what that's about, right? But yeah.
Yeah, that's from the Quran. It's basically maybe the hook. It's the so which of the favorites of your Lord would you deny, right?
Right.
And of course, Psalms 136 is very churchity. Very at least one day per annual cycle of church culture. You're going to have a dedicated Psalms 136 sermon, which is the Lord's mercy endureth forever and ever. I don't know if you've heard that before, but that's basically what's going on. How come it's not posting this stupid link here? Copy. Hold on a second. Yikes. You mean I can't copy that?
Just trying to find.
Um,
I mean, I have my Bible right here, so
I'm trying to get you the link right to Psalm 136 in the Bible Gateway website, but it's just posting a stupid verse instead of the link. I don't know what the hell's going on there, but hold on.
Yeah, because what I have is
Hmm.
I have a King James version. You have one of those?
Okay. Yeah, that works. That's good. That's good.
Because we could just
And
both grab a King James version. Yeah.
so,
I also have an NIV.
all right, all right. King James works. And I will share this. So how about I'll read like
I
14 verses from the Surah 55. And then when I
Yeah.
say uh actually when the first time you hear me say, so which of the favors of your Lord would you deny, which is actually chapter verse 16, then you can start on verse 1 of 136. That's not all right.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Here we go. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful, the most merciful, taught the Quran, created man, and taught him eloquence. The sun and the moon move by his precise calculation, and the stars and trees prostrate. And the heaven and he raised and imposed the balance, that you not transgress within the balance, and establish weight and justice, and do not make deficient the balance. That's important for markets and not stealing, being a corrupted prostitute politician or something. Anyway, and the earth he laid out for the creatures. There in his fruit, palm trees having sheaths of dates, and grain having husks, and scented plants. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Actually, it was a little earlier. So go ahead, sir.
yeah. Whoops, I didn't see you sharing that. So what translation is this that you're reading?
This is Sahih International.
Oh, okay, from the website. Cassie.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
so
it's an application I have.
Oh, I see.
okay, so it says here Psalm 136 says, "Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. Give thanks to the God of
Okay,
gods."
so every time you say His mercy endureth forever, I'm gonna go next with the verse, and we're just gonna like go back and forth on verses that say like a blessing from God, and then glorifies God. I think you could hopefully that makes sense. All right. So when I say which of the favors of your Lord would you deny, that's your cue to say your next line until you say his mercy endureth forever and ever. After that, then I go. This is so like amateurish, but there's a link. I mean, there's definitely a spiritual link between these two chapters, in my opinion, worth looking at. Do you want me to start over?
Yeah, if you want.
All right. You know what? For some reason, I'm like really freaking nervous right now. I'm going to smoke a bowl and then we'll start.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the link is pinned. But yeah, I was basically closing it down, but yeah, I mean we may be here for like an hour. I mean if people want to join, it's fine. So it's not a big deal.
Okay. All right. So here we go. I'm gonna read the first 13 lines, and then I'm gonna hit A. Which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? That's when you start until his mercy endureth forever. And that's when I start until which of the favors of your Lord would you
So
deny?
you want me to do the
And
second
it keeps
verse
going back
now?
and forth until we're done. You mean for Psalms or me?
For Psalms.
Um, well, I guess I guess his mercy endureth forever on every verse in this one. So just do one line.
Yeah, it's on everyone. It's on like the
The
first
entirely
line.
merciful, the especially merciful.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty much on every verse here.
Yeah, it is. Did you know that? Did you know that every church basically has a Psalms 136 day in their sermon repertoire?
Yeah,
Because
like this.
like you have your preachers, and they'll have their little sermons and whatever. And there's always at least one day of the year that, like, the whole thing is about this song. So it's a pretty big deal in the church, like, and basically it's a song of Thanksgiving. So here we go. The name of Allah, the especially merciful, the most merciful, taught the Quran, created man, and taught him eloquence. The sun and the moon moved by his precise calculation, and the stars and trees prostrate. And the heavens he raised and imposed the balance, that you not transgress within the balance, and establish weight in justice, and do not make deficient the balance. And the earth he laid out for the creatures. Therein is fruit, and palm trees having sheaths of dates, and grain having husks, scented plants. So which of the favors would you deny? Go ahead.
Oh, so you want me to read the first verse?
Yeah.
Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. You're muted.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
He created man from clay like that of pottery, and he created the jinn from a smokeless flame of fire. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Verse 2. Go ahead.
Give thanks to the God of gods, for his steadfast love endures forever.
Praise God. He is the Lord of the two sunrises and the Lord of the two sunsets. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Uh,
Verse 3.
give thanks to the Lord of lords. So the last one said God of gods. This one says Lord of lords. For his steadfast love endures forever.
He released the two seas, meeting side by side. Between them is a barrier, so neither of them could transgress. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
To him who alone does great wonders, for his steadfast love endures forever.
From both
So
of
that
them
actually
emerged
was.
pearl and coral. What's that?
Oh no, I was just saying that the great wonders thing that seems sort of synonymous with what's being said here, right? The wonders, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
that's sort of talking about like, I guess you could say that is sort of talking about like nature in a way, right? But
Yeah.
but more so miracles. But
Yeah. I mean, I'm not claiming like it's a direct correlation, like of subject to subject, but just in the spirit of thankfulness and of the wonders of life and creation in general, I guess you
Well,
would say, or I would
well,
say,
it does say later like moon and the stars.
right?
So it does say that later in the psalm as well. So because didn't it say moon and the stars earlier
It did.
in the surah, right?
It
So,
sure
yeah.
did.
So yeah.
All right. From both of them emerged pearl and coral. So which of the favors would you deny?
So
I think you're at verse 5.
yeah, so it says to him who by understanding made the heavens, for his steadfast love endures forever. So it's gonna keep on going.
Same song, different
Basically
hook.
down, yeah. Like a sort of chain of like creation and then it's also gonna go to like people upon the earth that are like giving blessings and stuff. So yeah, anyways,
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't mind, if we could finish like reading through it, because I want to see how much they
yeah,
correlate in terms of like if they end in the same place or if there's like a
yeah, go ahead.
more of the surah that's left. All right, so what was that? And to him belong the ships with sails elevated in the sea like mountains. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And see,
And I
here's
think you're
where
at
it moves
chapter
to
or
like
verse 6.
nature, right? Right, moves sort of to the natural world because it says to him who spreads out the earth above the waters, for his steadfast love endures forever.
Wow. Everyone upon earth will perish, and there will remain the face of your Lord, owner of majesty and honor. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
To him who made the great lights, for his steadfast love endures forever.
Whoever is within the heavens and the earth asks him. Every day he is bringing about a matter. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
The sun to rule over the day, for his steadfast love endures forever.
You know, we will attend to you, O prominent beings. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
The moon and the
That's talking about
stars to
mankind, by the
rule.
way.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
I was saying the prominent beings is referring to us, mankind.
Oh, I see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, most likely, yeah. And it says, the moon and stars to rule over the night, for his steadfast love endures forever.
O company of jinn and mankind, if you are able to pass beyond the regions of the heavens and the earth, then pass. You will not pass except by permission, except by authority from Allah. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? It's an interesting verse there.
To him who struck down the firstborn of Egypt, for his steadfast love endures forever.
There will be sent upon you a flame of fire and smoke, and you will not defend yourselves. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And brought Israel out from among them, for his steadfast love endures forever.
And when the heaven is split open and becomes rose colored like oil, so which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Oh wait, I skipped one.
I think you're at verse
With
12.
with a strong hand and outstretched arm, for a steadfast love endures forever.
On that day, none will be asked about his sin among men or jinn. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
To him who divided the Red Sea in two, for his steadfast love endures forever.
You roboted out on me, but I don't know about the audience, but I right in the middle of that reading, you cut out.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, that might have been you. Unless like my internet is
Okay.
having like connection issues again. But yeah, it says to him
Uh,
who divided the Red Sea in two, for his
uh,
steadfast love endures forever. Are you hearing me?
the criminals will be known by their marks, and they will be seized by the. You're roboting a little bit, but eventually I got the gist of the end of the verse. So,
Here, hold
how
on.
about
Let me
me? Am I
go.
coming through okay?
Yeah, but let me go back and listen to the video real quick because I want to make sure that. Okay, so my audio sounds fine. It
Sure.
might just be roboting on your end, but yeah. So yeah.
All right.
So that's unfortunate. So hopefully you can hear me, but at some point. But yeah, am I still
I can
roboting
hear
right
you.
now?
The criminals will
Okay.
be known by their marks. No. All right, 5541. The criminals will be known by their marks, and they will be seized by the forelock and their feet, and the feet. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And made Israel pass through the midst of it, for his steadfast love endures forever.
This is hell, which the criminals will deny. They will go around between it and scolding water, heated to the utmost degree. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
But overthrew Pharaoh and his host in the Red Sea, for his steadfast love endures forever.
But for he who has feared the position of his Lord are two gardens. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Um, Is it 15 or 16 now? I think it's um
I think you're at 16.
yeah, to him who led his people through the wilderness, for his steadfast love endures forever. And there's only like four yeah, there's not that many more, but yeah.
Okay. People are probably like, thank God. Okay. Having
Well, I'm
spreading
talking about from my
branches.
end, but I think there might be more verses in the surah. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's, I don't know if I'll read all the rest of it, but that'll help me kind of align these two up better to make it all work, right? So let's see where we're at here. Okay. Having spreading branches. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
To him who struck down great kings, for his steadfast love endures forever.
And both of them are two springs flowing. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And killed mighty kings, for his steadfast love endures forever.
That's a little sadistic sometimes. And both of them are every fruit, two kinds. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Sihon, I think, or Sihon, or Shihon. I don't know. Which one? But it says here, King of the Amorites, for his steadfast love endures forever. So it's talking about that's one of the kings that he killed, right?
Yeah. He kills kings and his love endures forever. Yeah. All right. So, and they're reclining on beds whose linings are of silk brocade, and the fruit of the two gardens is hanging low. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And Og, king of Bashan. So that's another king that ended up iced. For his steadfast love endures
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah. And actually, he's one of the, praise God. Og is one of the Nephilim, I believe, as well, who had a big stash of gold somewhere in Iraq. In them are women limiting their glances untouched before them by man or genie. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And gave their land as a heritage, for his steadfast love endures forever.
As if they were rubies or in coral. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
A heritage to Israel, his servant, for his steadfast love endures forever.
Is the reward for good anything but good? So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
It is he who remembered us in our low estate, for his steadfast love endures forever.
And below them, both in excellence, are two other gardens. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And rescued us from our foes. For his steadfast love endures forever.
Dark green in color. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Wait, what was that?
Dark
Dark
green in
green.
color.
Oh, okay.
It's talking about the gardens in heaven.
Yeah, it was just
So,
like
which of the
really.
favors of your Lord would you deny?
Okay, yeah, I see.
No, it's not lining up, like, line for line, like of events or anything,
No,
but
no,
it's basically praising God.
no, it was just that one was really short, and I like kind of didn't hear you, so I was just like, wait,
Okay.
because it just sounded like, yeah, yeah, it sounded like dark green and then I heard like, something, but yeah, definitely not color, but yeah, uh, yeah, I heard like dark green brothers or something like that is what I was thinking in my head, but I was like, I was like, what? But it's like dark green in color. All right.
Jolly Green Giant.
Yeah, it's like the dark green brothers. Like, hold up now. But yeah, yeah, hold on, where am I at? He who gives food to all flesh? What? He who gives food to all flesh. I wonder what that means. I think it might mean like things that have fleshly existence, they require food,
Well, you,
right? So it's like, yeah, he who gives food to all flesh,
mhm.
right? Right, so like all
Yeah,
mankind is basically what it's trying to say. For his steadfast love endures forever, right?
yeah. And also, like I think towards the beginning of the Sermon on the Mount from Jesus, he said not to worry or toil because the birds in the air, whatever he feeds them, and blah blah
Right,
blah. That
right. It's a
so
great
once this
line, yeah.
flesh, that's kind of what yeah.
Yeah, that's a killer line. And
All right,
actually,
and both of them
that
are two
that
springs
that is
sprouting.
yeah, that's really similar because it's talking about nature in a similar way, right? But yeah.
Mhm. I'll read 5566 again. Fifth Besh. And both of them are two springs spouting. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Give thanks to the God of heaven, for steadfast love endures forever.
All right.
Yeah, yeah. There's not that
We've
much more of
got
it left. We
one,
might as well
two,
finish it.
three, four, five, six.
Yeah, there's not that
All
much
right.
more of it left. We could just
So,
finish.
and
We
both
could
of
get the
them
lay
are
of the
fruit
land, dude.
and palm trees. Yeah. Yeah. I think I got a good lay of the land now. So, I'll close this out here. And both of them are fruit and palm trees and pomegranates. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? In them are good and beautiful women. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Fair ones reserved in pavilions. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Untouched before them by man or genie. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Reclining on cushions and beautiful fine carpets. So, which of the favors would you deny? Blessed is the name of our Lord, owner of majesty and honor. That's it. Yeah, I like that. So, I'll line this up a little better and tighten it up or whatever. And maybe we'll switch roles next time and try and make an AI rap out of it or something. Because if you really are reading it, you know, without like my awkwardness or nervousness or whatever, and get into the spirit of God, it's the same spirit that is giving thanks to God and praising God from both David and Muhammad. To me, this is proof of the same God. Anyway, I'll stay muted now.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of other psalms and proverbs. Definitely. you know, that talk about. I see a lot of the same language for sure. And also,
Yeah.
there's also
A lot of
like
the Quranic,
oracle stuff.
the witch stuff, the ortho stuff.
Um,
I didn't hear
you know, like
that.
it'll get like dark and like violent, but it'll also get like really calm and like spiritual. Right? So
Definitely. The thing with the Quran and like prophecy or whatever, it doesn't really go into like what's going to happen in like earthly history, but it does describe for us a lot of what we're going to see in heaven or what you would see in hell. And so, you're not going to get like political, uh, world stage kind of prophecy from Muhammad, but you do get a glimpse into the next realm and how awful hell's going to be and how great heaven's going to be to a certain
yeah,
capacity anyway, which
yeah,
I
there's
love reading
uh
about.
yeah, there's a tradition by the prophet that says there basically be a time when all the wealth in the world is ruled by interest.
Like usury,
Yep,
or
but
just
simpler than
resources,
that, just
all
interest.
resources. Mhm. So yeah, a lot of Christians are, in my opinion, they're just short-sighted and fearful when it comes to reading the Quran and understanding what's in there because it's just, it's just real easy to play the outsider game, right? But to me, it's easy to connect those dots because you know you're not going to have someone in the desert roaming around talking about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Israel, and Jesus, and the gospel, or whatever, and then claim that he's some sort of a demon because it's actually spiritually impossible for that to happen. You know, and as far as like the age of all the wives and this and that, I mean, if you practically speaking, most of the cultures around that time were kind of like pseudo, uh maybe pseudo is not the right word, but kind of de facto, laissez-faire de facto Mosaic law, kind of common law-ish, if that makes sense. Like if there was a doubt of if something was going to be, good with God or not, they would basically refer to Jewish law. So all those things that they talk about Muhammad are coming out of the Jewish law, which is unfortunate that they're that ignorant to keep that up because it's just stupid in my opinion. So anyway,
Jewish law.
and then you get people like my friend Andy out here. Like I love Andy. I think he's got a great mind. I really love talking with him. But you have whole schools and whole uh, worldviews kind of built up on what is called, I guess, biblical minimalism or the
Right.
Copenhagen school of whatever, in terms of like human uh, what is it, entropy or something like origins, right? And so when they deny Moses, well, it's easy for us to just look in the Quran and we have our outside third party cross referenced proof that no, it wasn't a myth. He actually existed. Allah says that, we gave Moses the Torah.
Yeah, but
So
Yeah, but
we
you're
know
saying
that
that.
that's the truth, right? It's spiritually true. So like, well, Moses didn't exist. Exodus never happened. Well, no, that can't be the case.
Yeah, but I think he's agreeing with you, right? Because this is what he says, right? So, so I think he might be agreeing with you, or yeah, or yeah. Is there some kind of
Yeah, I mean,
conflict
I
there?
don't want to put him in a box, but some of the things you said,
He thinks Yahweh and Allah are the
you're
same
breaking up
God,
on me
but he
now.
says, "Oh shit, am I?" But he says, "We've been over this. I'm not a minimalist, and I validate any historical claims made in the Bible." Are you there? Free, can
Yeah,
you hear me?
yeah, I am. Yeah,
Yeah,
can you hear me? Do you hear
yeah,
me?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I can hear you.
So I didn't mean to box him up like that because he's definitely got a unique perspective, but some of the stuff, like I was wondering, like, because I've been hearing a lot of these things from the atheists a lot lately about just flat out denying Moses, flat out denying the Exodus. Then you're almost denying the smaller, costs or whatever, right? So
Yeah, yeah. He's called in before.
I want to know, like, where the origins of those ideas are coming from.
Yeah, if you want to call in, you're more than
So
welcome,
yeah,
friend. Yeah, but yeah, yeah. I seen him calling,
yeah. So anyway,
before.
atheists will latch onto anything to deny God. And when you start to see kind of the parroting of those ideas, that's when I start to wonder, like, for Christians to be so short-sighted to basically say, oh, pedo, demon, whatever. Well, you're you're throwing away evidence that you can use against atheists to try and win their soul to Jesus Christ. And I just think it's foolish.
Oh, I see. You
Yeah,
disagree
but
with his claims
Andy's
about
got
Jesus.
uh, Andy's got good like deep knowledge of the era, the times, the tribes, the ins and outs of that section of geography, and he puts it all together that is coherent and lines up with the what do you call it, the Tigris and Euphrates cradle of civilization. So it's hard to refute that if you are a weak spiritual person. You could probably bulldozer over your beliefs pretty easily. But what's up, Andy?
Hello. I don't want to bulldoze over your beliefs. I just think that there's some misconceptions about the origins of these religions. I'm not saying that there's no God. I just don't think that the stories in the Bible are 100% historically accurate. There's some embellishing going on. Like, for instance, when you said that I don't think that the Exodus happened. There are two dates for the Exodus in the Bible. There's one date that says it happened around 1446 BCE, 480 years before Solomon built the temple. And then there's another time that says that they were, in Egypt in slavery building Ramses's city of Ramses, which was like 200 years later. So both claims can't be true at the same time. So just that fact right there shows that some claims in the Bible are true and some claims in the Bible are false. They can't both be freed from Egypt in 1446 BCE and also enslavement in 1250 BCE building Ramses' city. And it's things like this that I'm referring to when I say, that we have to take these things with a grain of salt and compare them to the rest of archaeology and written history to see if they're coherent. But a lot of the Bible is coherent, and I've been over this with you before, Tafriq. A lot of the Bible is historically accurate, and I've actually recently put together a model of the rise of the Amorites in Mesopotamia. They're spread out into Canaan and eventually into Egypt, and how that aligns with the Semitic rulers in Egypt, the Hyksos, and their rule, and how that both of those timelines perfectly overlap with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, the Exodus. And you'll hear most Christians, almost universally among Christians and a lot of Jews even, will lean towards the Exodus date that was in the time of Ramses. And that's something that I strongly disagree with. I think that the earlier one, the 1446 Exodus, is way more coherent with archaeology and written history. But I wanted to ask Tafriq, what were you demonstrating when you and Muhammad were reading between the Muslim and the Jewish texts? I like came in halfway through it.
Yeah. Basically, Psalms 136 is a praise God kind of a song, right? And I believe that Surah 55 is basically done in that same spirit. You know, he's telling us about the good things of God. So which of the favors of the Lord would you deny? And David is saying, you know, he made the sun and the stars. He's the God of gods. His mercy endureth forever and ever. And basically it's a praise, and then it's the hook of the song. And they're both kind of lined up that way. And so to me, it's the same spirit of God revealing himself to both of these, you know, children of Abraham. So I try to connect the oneness of God with Isaac and Ishmael, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
yeah. The framework is noticeable.
Yeah. I just want to say, like, everything you say, like, I respect. Like, I can't even refute what you're saying about the timeline and whatnot. I'm actually ignorant about it, so I wouldn't be able to refute it, except for like in a spiritual way. But what's dangerous to me is when people who aren't as capable or have, you know, the full knowledge or even look at a timeline, atheists, you know, just start parroting the stuff like puppets. That's when I start getting, you know, a little concerned and try to, you know, rebuff that, because they'll run with it forever to try and deny God in any way possible. And, you know, not that it's my problem or anything, but I don't know. I just try to bring as much truth as possible. But as far as what you're saying about a grain of salt and whatnot, yeah. I mean, even right now, when we were reading Psalms 136, I saw at least two contradictions in there, right? One, because he said, you know, I slay the kings and my mercy endureth forever and ever. And two, because he said that he removed the king of Shihon, the king of the Amorites, and Og, the king of Bashan. But in some other book, it reads that he made Israel fight out those nations so that no other nations could make the claim on the land. So that's a contradiction, right? Anyway.
Yeah, I agree. And the framework between the Psalm and the is this from the Quran that you're reading?
Earlier.
Yeah,
it's from the Quran, which yeah,
it was the similarity and the theme was immediately noticeable. The framework, they're clearly, at the very least, the people that wrote those verses in the Quran were, you know, familiar with the Psalm. That's clear.
Yeah, it's definitely the same spirit. You know, I believe the Quran is direct revelation from God. Just like David or any of the Old Testament prophets, received from God. I believe Muhammad received from God. And it would be nice if it's called it the Book of Muhammad instead of the Quran. Then it would have been like a smoother transition because, these cultural Christian, shoe riding popcorn Christians in America, they just, they just fear Islam and they fear anything that's not, the old gospel, traveling tent revival band Christianity, basically.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think many Christians today have read the Bible, and they certainly don't live by the teachings of Jesus. And to be quite frank, most Christians today care a lot more about what Paul had to say than what Jesus had to say. And in my opinion, the evidence that Paul is nefarious is as high as a mountain. I don't understand why any Christian would take a single word that Paul has to say seriously when Jesus said everything he needed to say when he was on earth. Why would he choose a Pharisaic Jew with Roman citizenship who had been persecuting Christians? And not to mention, like, Paul was like obsessed with power and like rising to the top, which he did in like multiple ways. He rose to the top in Judaism from persecuting Christians, and he also rose to the top in the Jerusalem Council by pushing Christianity. No one was around for Paul's encounter with Jesus. It's just everyone taking Paul's word for it, and Paul's like constantly throughout all of his letters, like telling people that he's not a liar when no one's even accusing him of being a liar, which is like liar behavior. I don't know. Even as a kid, when I read Paul's letters, I was suspicious that he was full of shit.
I'm gonna stop sharing this because I'm actually maxing out on my processor. I posted a verse in the back. I'll put it in the regular too. Christians, I mean, I get it. When you have Jesus, what more do you need? But Jesus even says, to Jews that were actually believing on him, if you believe on me, continue in my word. Well, why couldn't that continue in my word extend to the Quran? It certainly could, right? So they're short-sighted and they're throwing away proof against atheists. So I just think it's not wise, especially because the suggestion is, if that really is what Muhammad and Allah and Hagar and Ishmael were, you're telling me that God literally threw them out in the street and abandoned them. And Abraham loved Ishmael. He was at his funeral. Ishmael was at Abraham's funeral. So it's like, these people are just, I don't know. I guess everyone needs a bad guy, I guess, right?
Yeah. I think you're right that Abraham loved Ishmael. The story seems clear about that. He was upset that Ishmael was cast out or whatever. It bothered him, it said. But at the same time, when Hagar got pregnant, that's my cat. When Hagar got pregnant, she looked at Abraham with contempt or whatever because like she was mad that she was pregnant or whatever. And then Sarah was like upset with Abraham, and she was like, may the Lord choose between the two of us or something like that. And then Abraham was just like, she's your slave, do what you want with her. And she fucking it just says she dealt harshly with her, so she probably beat her up or something. And then Hagar and Ishmael just left, and Abraham didn't even step in. He's like the man of the house.
Yeah, so she was cast out before Ishmael was born, but she was out, in the wilderness or whatever, and God, the angel of the Lord, literally spoke directly to her and made promises. And for Christians to think, it's like literally replacement theology in reverse, kind of like it's replacement theology reloaded, I guess you could say, right? Because they're suggesting that God replaced those promises made directly to Hagar with like the Christian grafted in, right? Seed of Abraham. Kind of, it's ridiculous, you know.
Yeah. If you think about it, though, even God's promise to Hagar was kind of brutal in itself. He did promise that Ishmael would become like a nation of many people or whatever, but he just basically said that Ishmael is going to be a wild ass of a man, and everyone will be at odds with him, and he will be at odds with everyone else. So it's just all he really promised to her was that he would, he would grow in number, and that everyone would be against him, and he would be against everyone else. It's kind of like a curse.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, you can see it that way. Certainly because it's coming to pass. It's like the truth everywhere we go. But I think that in the down the line and the fullness of time, whatever, you're going to see like the Gog and Magog formation unify all the children of Abraham. So like the Islamists and the Jewish and they're all going to have to fight this Gog and Magog as a one unit, children of Abraham versus the other side, So a lot of Christians think that Islam is the Gog and Magog, but I don't believe that's true.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. One thing that I do think seems to fall on deaf ears to a lot of Muslims, Jews, and Christians alike is the overarching repeated message in the Bible and in the Quran. Sorry, I just woke up not long ago and my brain is like not working properly right now. But just the repeated message of like love and peace and caring for the weak and the needy and the aliens and the widows and the orphans. But that's like, I mean, aside from not worshiping other gods, those things are the most important principles in the whole Bible and all Jewish literature pretty much. And that seems to be like the least important thing to Christians nowadays, is like helping people and caring about people less fortunate than themselves.
Yeah, I think the political atmosphere has gotten so subverted that people really are holding into their own camps now, and they're not really looking for anything that's going to kind of rock the boat, because there's already enough rocking the boat already. So it's pretty much like a fortify thyself and like immediate group and just ride this thing out kind of a mentality, and that's I chalk it up to just basically politics, because it wasn't always like this, and the mistrust, high trust society is something that we hear nowadays, like buzzwords and stuff, and like those are so. It's literally like everything is a scam and everyone is a scammer now. It's like ridiculous, It's sad, but I mean that's what I'm experiencing anyway.
No, I 100% agree. I think Donald Trump is a perfect example of that. He is a scammer. He always has been a scammer, and he's scamming the Republican Party as we speak by using, this facade of like a religious Republican, which he's never been in his entire life, to try to convince Republicans to just, I mean, for all intents and purposes, treat him like he's God. And they literally are doing exactly that. It's what we're seeing in the United States with Donald Trump and Christians, at least most Christians, is idolatry by exact definition.
I mean, you have leaders of your country, you have kings, God mentions kings and leadership in the Bible. It's like you're supposed to, kind of stay in the hierarchy and, or whatever. So it's like you could call anything idolatry, really. But I mean, I guess you could say Donald Trump has like, Ronald Reagan kind of actor famous, cultish kind of like, just, I don't know, cult or whatever. But I would think that most MAGA Republican, down to earth, middle class, blue collar, maybe bottom look, white collar, baseball, hot dogs, football, Super Bowl kind of people are just wanting things to be like it was back in the 80s, I guess, where people could like talk and have a conversation and not bring up politics or whatever and, smile, I don't know. But
Do you want to know something, DeFreak,
Trump
about that?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you had finished. I was just going to say there's something to say about that sort of mentality, about a conservative mentality like that. And that's that the conservatives today want everything to be like it was in the 80s. And the conservatives in the 80s wanted everything to be like it was in the 60s. And the conservatives in the 60s wanted everything to be like it was in the 40s. And everyone always thinks that the next generation is ruining the world and that we're moving towards some sort of evil future. And that's always been the case. You can look back in the Greek texts and even Akkadian texts of people complaining about the younger generation being too liberal. And the fact of the matter is, that's just the direction that humans have always moved toward, and it's always going to happen. And the older generation is always going to think that they had it better when they were kids, when it's never the case. It's always the case that the future is better.
I agree with you 100%. And actually, there's a proverb that mentions that very same thing. I'm not finding it right off the bat, but yeah, it's something to the
Yeah, you're kind of roboting there, DeFreak. Slow down. Yeah, slow down there.
Was better does that exact same thing. So
you got to repeat like the last couple.
I don't disagree with you at all. Yeah, Elvis was the ruin of America. I don't know. We always complain, but man, this world is full of just paradoxical contradictions and
what is going on? Is
bullshit.
The freaking AI like
I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah. Freak, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I didn't hear exactly what you said there, but
yeah, you were like a little bit roboting earlier when you were talking. When you're like talking about how you.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
No, it's all good. Right?
Let me try and close out some of these. Yeah, because there's an actual proverb that talks about exactly what Andy just said. I'm not finding it just yet, but it says exactly that. Don't say that the past was better or blah blah blah. And I forgot the reasons why, but it's 100% true.
Right, you can't go back to the past. Right, you gotta like take what you have now and like just like go.
I agree.
It's not gonna be better tomorrow. Yeah. You can't expect it to get better tomorrow for sure.
No, nothing happens immediately. I think that people just need to. I think the problem with people always thinking that the past was better seems to root in just having an aversion toward anything or anybody that's different than the way they think. So when future ideas come out and new concepts emerge, people are scared of it. It's a natural reaction to something that you're unaware of or that's different than you. People just react with fear, and because of that
like
fear,
very little that's new. Right.
Yeah, I agree. It's like a remixing of previous ideas, pretty much. That's always been the case, though.
You could go to your parents and listen to them talk about their parents and how awful it was, but then, when they're talking to someone, when I was growing up and my parents taught me, we're just all so full of shit. It's so like ridiculous, It's just
agree.
crazy, man. It's just nuts.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
the
well,
whole
we should
point of
get
what I
that
was
over,
saying
but-
is that I just think that people need to be
Yeah,
more
go ahead.
accepting of new ideas and new beliefs or things that are different than them. That would really help the
Like for
you know,
example,
that sort of mentality.
like for example, like what do you recommend? Something that people
Just
don't consider.
acceptance. Just acceptance. If something isn't harming
General
anybody,
general
just general.
acceptance.
Yep,
Like
just
hard
general
principle.
acceptance.
Yeah.
Religions, races, ideologies. Just be accepting if it's not harming anybody.
So you're like
That's
a
the trouble,
libertarian.
though. The media seems to try to spin things that aren't harming anybody like they are harming somebody, so that they have a good reason to be against it. Though,
The media.
actually, yeah, that's a vague term, I guess. More accurately, the Department of Justice during the Trump administration with propaganda campaigns.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see where you're going with this. Like they try to spin like what would you say the top thing that they promote that's harmful in the propaganda in the Trump administration, for example?
Transsexuality and immigration, probably.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen a lot that they've done like against transsexual. Like did they do any specific like policy like changes against like trans? Because from last I remember, like at least when he was campaigning, him and Elon Musk and a bunch of other people were pro gay rights. Right?
Yeah.
They even made like I remember like Elon Musk made ads for his Tesla company that was like pro gay or something like I mean I remember reading about that or some but then they changed, right? They like when he got elected he changed to anti-gay, right? Or something. But
Yeah,
did he
I don't
make
think he
specific
It's
policies?
shady.
No, I can't think of a specific policy, and I don't think he's necessarily said anything that was anti-gay or anti-trans.
I see.
It's more or less people from his party that are like
Yeah.
buying into there's like these big pushes for like radicalization of like young vulnerable men that have like seemingly no aim in life and are just like
yeah,
online gamers and shit and like people in 4chan chats and they're like
yeah,
preying on these people.
Yeah, they have a thing but yeah, like you see like the QAnon, like before like earlier they had QAnon,
Yep.
And yeah, they had a whole bunch of slew of campaigns to like radicalize people, I guess.
Speaking of QAnon, it turns out, and this is something I probably shouldn't speak on because I haven't really read
Yeah,
into
because
it very much.
they deified Trump, right? They had the guy who was walking around. I forget what his name was, but he was saying like he was doing like prophecies of Trump. You know what I'm saying, right? Like you know what I'm talking about, right? They had the Christian guy. I don't know. But
Damn.
they had like a lot of like Christian, like evangelical people. Like, it was funny, man.
That's right in line with what I was saying though. Like people are literally idolizing Trump as if he was a god. And it grows and grows the longer that he's in power. Like you see people it's to the point where, Trump could do some of the most vile crimes that you could imagine, things that I'm not going to say because it would be a TOS violation, but you know what I'm talking about, the things that they do on the island.
Stuff, yeah.
He could do that sort of thing on camera and his party would stand behind him.
Yeah. And well, he was mentored by Roy Cohen. And if you look up Roy Cohen, he's a pretty interesting guy. Like pretty weird dude. Like he was into like like gay sex parties and all this weird stuff, So yeah.
Oh, I believe it. They were at the Epstein Island. There was tons of weird, homosexual shit. Like Bill Clinton. There's a photo of Bill, or not a photo, a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress in Epstein's mansion.
Right. Yeah. So that's pretty unfortunate. that was like maybe like some sort of Discordian prank, right? With the
Yeah.
dress, and Monica Lewinsky and the dress, right? They're like, yeah, it's weird. Yeah,
He also had a painting of George W. Bush throwing paper airplanes at like toy twin towers. That was pretty creepy.
yeah, but it's the Saudis and the Chicons. Yeah, I remember when Alex Jones said it's the Saudis and the Chicons. They got together and they did 9/11.
What?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Who said that? Who said that?
Alex Jones.
Oh,
It's like, it was
Man.
the Saudis
Oh,
and
man.
the Chicons.
at least he was
Yeah.
right mostly about the Epstein stuff, I guess.
Yeah, he went
Yeah,
from
Alex.
saying it was Israel to saying it was like a combination of Saudi Arabia and the Chinese. They actually pulled it off somehow. They like collaborate.
That's a
Yeah.
wild idea.
Yeah, that's a
Real
Seems
quick, if I
much
can
more
get back
likely
to
that it was
the,
the Bush family and the Bin Laden family that pulled it off.
yeah, that's a falafel dumpling.
or the insider insurance, usury banking, Rothschilds, trilateral, Warren Commission, bad pigs, Illuminati, Freemasons, JFK, Castro. I can go on, but anyway,
Hey,
going
you wanna-
back to like the cultural political, like conservative versus the left or progressive or whatever. Like I get, because I kind of align with the center right a little bit about like holding on to the good things that are good about your culture and conserving that, but also like like you just said earlier about don't say the past was that great, because you were complaining about the past while you were in it, weren't you? Of course we were. So it's like progressives also need to remember that progress is progressive, and they've been very impatient lately. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Who's
it's like
been
in the
impatient?
Twilight Zone, right? You guys remember in the Twilight Zone where he's like, make me a leader, of like the most powerful leader of a country where I control everything, and they like put him in the past where like the army's invading and he's like fucked. And so it's like, if you could be anywhere in the past, like there's times in the past that were really fucked up.
Yeah, most of the past. Even just back into the Middle Ages, just maybe 400 or 500 years ago. I mean, shit was fucking third world level brutal. There was no laws for kings. Kings could literally just walk you into their palace and have you fucking torn apart by animals if they wanted to, and that nobody could stop it.
That might be one of the plus points if you're actually a king. But a king, right, like Louis the Louis the 16th would easily trade his kingly domain for like a toilet, for sure. Right? So it's crazy.
A gold toilet.
Right.
Just like modern amenities. Yeah, that's a good point.
Because he still shit like in a hole in the ground. So you have to consider that he's a king, but he's still shitting in a hole in the ground. But like a day laborer in England, and like like a few hundred years later, is going to be living better than he does.
So, did you guys, when you were in high school or whatever, did they teach you about like Watergate and like the whole thing with Watergate and Nixon or whatever, like in English class or history class or something?
No,
One
I
of the
learned
things that I
about that later.
remember. Really, one of the things that really kind of stood out for me about that time, and when we, they would make us listen to the tapes, and what it was, the most of the time that they were talking about was about their political opponent and getting them and making sure they don't win the next election. And just like the gossip of the political meta was more important than solving any kind of problem that was going on in America or the world or any. They were sandboxing literally in the Oval Office for like 90% of the time. So I find that very disappointing. But what that correlates to now is with all the BS that we've been seeing, the pandemic, the sexual this and that, the CIA and all these, government agencies, that's what they're doing too. And it's like they're not working on anything good. They're just trying to get them or get payback or seize power. And it's just so ugly. It's just ugly.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm strongly of the opinion that they're intentionally forming propaganda campaigns through like YouTube channels and TikTok accounts and robots and comments and stuff to like sort of convince people that the majority opinion is that, we all hate immigrants or we all hate trans people or trans ideology is an epidemic or things like that, or like the idea that like children's libraries are full of books with pornography or things like that, and that immigrants are eating fucking people's pets and shit. Like they just push retarded ass ideas and people just buy right into it like fucking idiots.
Yeah, I thought that guy that called in, whatever, the guy who's like into Rene Guanan, I thought he was a robot. For like a good 20-25 minutes, I was like, this guy is definitely a robot. Just because of the picture, because the picture was like a 3D picture of a person. So I was like, oh no. Because it looked like it was like a drawing of a person. So I was like, okay, so this might be definitely a robot. But yeah,
I wonder that. I think about that sometimes. We're not far off to where we're going to be meeting, people that are talking audibly in a conversation in these chats. That's actually just a program. That will happen.
Yeah, or I thought
Might
like
even
it'd
have
be funny
a
if like if everyone just like lived next to you. Right, if you talk to like a bunch of people online, but they were like hiding like in your neighborhood. And they like created an algorithm where you'd be like spied on like right next to where you live.
Ugh,
by
that's
like
freaky.
characters you meet online. I mean, I don't know.
Sure.
They're thinking like a weird
That's
movie
probably
like that.
that's probably Edward Snowden's reality every day nowadays.
Right. Right. He gets honey potted like every time he goes to the cafe and shit. Most likely.
I wonder if Putin knows where he's at. Amazing that he went to Russia too, by the way. But anyway,
Yeah,
I think what they call that, Andy, is they call that manufactured consent. With all the different flooding of popular, contrary, contradictory opinion. Basically, they're just scrambling our eggs. This is in the I forget the guy's name. Yuri Bezmenov subversion. This is the demoralization and the what's the other part of it? This is at least like the tail end of the demoralization part of subversion.
Right.
And it sucks because we should be trying to like find new sources of good, cheap, renewable, non-destroying, polluting energy. Like that's what we need. If you have free energy, you have free society. That's what we should be working on. But no, we have to be, subverting each other all day. I guess that's more fun.
Well, I mean, we have the capability to have 100% free energy for homes right now, just on the fact that we get sunlight every day, and that monocrystalline wafers for solar panels are made of fucking silica, which our planet is literally covered in silica. You could make more solar panels than you would need to power the entire world for everybody, but nobody's doing it because there's so much money in fossil fuel.
Yeah. And, not only that, but it's, gas actually has the bark behind the bite, or the bite behind the bark. And not only that, but, like most of the pharmaceutical drugs are all derived from petroleum. So, like, I'm almost convinced now that crude oil, you can do anything you want with it. Like, you can like make anything with it. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you can do a lot with it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a really big problem, though. I don't like global warming. I don't necessarily subscribe to that too much. We do have an effect for sure. It's measurable, and it's probably worse than anything anyone's ever done in history. But I don't know that it's like detrimental to human civilization or anything.
Yeah, you could like put on a swimsuit and then like cover yourself in petroleum jelly and then like smash into those giant windows and leave like a petroleum jelly print.
Yep.
Sounds like a leftist party, baby. Did he? No. Yeah, man. If we had like an actual like fusion where the energy is more than what you put into it, free energy society, then people could actually relax and be creative enough to clean up the crap that we've been washing down the river and selling down the river and dumping into the sea and dumping into the ocean, trying to like get rid of it out of our immediate area. But what does it say that the piper is gonna, you got to pay the piper sometime, and that time is like, I'm looking at my watch, like it's coming up fast. And space travel, how the hell are you going to get to Mars boiling water or to generate electricity? Tell me how the hell you're going to do that, unless you have some way of stabilizing nuclear material to get it up into space in the first place without getting blown up. You're literally going to have to boil freaking water to generate electricity, I think, or like those huge batteries or something stupid. And you think you're going to get to Mars? This is ridiculous.
It'll happen. We'll get to Mars. There's a lot of ways that you can generate electricity, actually. Like, you could use solar on Mars just like you can on Earth. It gets direct sunlight all day. I think getting there is probably a bigger obstacle than actually sustaining life once we get there. I think we have everything we need right now to just take with us to Mars, to survive on Mars, and probably even terraform it. In fact, there's this the whole entire surface of Mars is covered in rust, like iron oxide. And there's this type of bacteria that eats rust and shits out carbon. What do plants eat? Carbon dioxide? It shits out whatever. It's either carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide. It shits out whatever plants eat. So there's like this large scale effort to try to produce this rocket full of this bacteria that they can shoot at Mars that will eat all the rust and produce a CO2 environment.
Like,
and then they can
bacteria or some shit.
Yeah, and then they were thinking about setting up plants there. Once they got that atmosphere and the plants could produce oxygen, then we could go there.
Yeah. There's so much BS out there. You guys were saying, or you mentioned the media. I think the media is probably the second most biggest issue going on, because they're literally the only race, you could say, that has the power to oppress all people at all times. And the contrary, facts of BS is so, blatantly obvious at this point that it's like, it's like, okay, Mark Kelly's brother is on the International Space Station for a certain amount of time. They tell us that when you're up there for so long, you lose bone density, the mass of your bone density or whatever because of the lack of gravity. But yet you grow taller at the same time. Does anyone know how the hell that actually works?
Yeah, it's the only reason you don't actually grow taller. It's just that your joints, like all of the, I can't think of what it's even called, in between your vertebrae and your spine and in between your knees. There's like cushion in between there that's being compressed by the weight of
You're
your
like-
body, and you're being measured on Earth, and there's none of that weight in space, so it's free to just expand. So you're technically taller, but just because your gravity isn't smashing your body down.
Yeah, they could put like steel implants in your shit too. There's people who get like it'd be rare, but they could be like, these hybrid.
Yeah, but you're still losing bone density. You're still like, what do you call it? You're still osteoporosis or whatever they call that, right? But yet, supposedly, when you're away from the earth for so long and you're spinning around at that speed, you're growing taller and you're getting younger because of somehow there's an anti-aging effect on your cells. It's just so much BS that, sometimes like all you can do is troll people on the internet to feel happy,
Yeah, but like I once heard a story where this motherfucker got like 6-inch like big ass bolts put like in his knees and shit.
That's
where
true.
he got like taller and shit.
Yeah, that's a real surgery that people
It's
go to
pretty
like
rare, though.
they go to like Thailand and shit and like have like lengthening put in their shins and femurs and shit to be taller.
Some weird shit. Some fucking hybrid.
It's real.
Some hybrids.
What to respond to what DeFreak was saying about the media, I think it's funny because if you think back to the 90s and the 2000s, early 2000s, everybody from kids all the way up to adults knew that the news was full of shit and that they were lying to us. And then it's like all of a sudden we switch over to social media, and now that these news people, the people delivering the news to us are doing it through social media accounts and YouTube channels, all of a sudden everybody thinks that they're trustworthy now. And it's just the same thing with a different mask on. And there's if there's money to be made, people will lie, period.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, it's auto host.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get into this propaganda by Jacques Ellul. We're also gonna get into James Lovelock, the Gaia theory. So yeah, he's gonna explain how he thinks that the earth allowed the conditions for there to be like life and so on and so forth.
Consciously, you mean?
I don't know how much he believes that, but he certainly seems to be suggesting that earth guided evolution of animals in some way. But yeah.
That's an interesting idea. There's definitely a symbiotic relationship for sure. Like the conditions are consistently perfect.
Yeah, I think Alfred Russel Wallace and Gregory Bateson, they also believe this. And could be Henry Bergson also, but I need to look more into Bergson. Yeah, he wrote a work called Creative Evolution. That's like, I remember I read like the first part of it, and I found it very interesting.
Hey, Andy, I sent you back on the 21st of January a link to a Humans Weren't First, whatever kind of interpretation of, I guess, some new text they found or whatever. And I was wondering if you looked at that yet, or if that's old news or whatever, because I think we're about due for another show. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a bunch of new stuff that I've been studying, actually. Like I was saying earlier, I've been wanting to talk about the I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about as well, but I have some research that I've been doing that I want to get off my chest about the Exodus. I've only really just scraped the surface when I was talking about it with you earlier. I think you'd be really interested because it's sort of it validates a point that most Christians and Jews seem to have rejected.
Yeah, I'm always interested in that stuff. This one here, I mean, they're not necessarily directly like denying Jewish history or whatever, but they're just co-opting it, or I guess you'd say co-opting it, or they're just kind of like making it secondary to the fact that like humans aren't the first, physical beings in the universe, and like so anyway. But it's tied in with scripture, and she's a very convincing speaker. So anyway, I think I'm going to drop down now, so I can actually get some rest. And I've been kind of unpacking and finishing up like kind of my move, and so it's like But I heard some of the guys talking or whatever, and then I wanted to do that thing. So anyway,
thanks for joining, man. Yeah, I appreciate you.
Bro.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Same. I'm going to jump off here too and get something to eat. Thank you for having me, Muhammad. I'll talk to you again.
Yeah, peace, Andy. Yeah,
Take care.
Thank you for joining, sir. Yeah, have a blessed day. Yeah. All right. So I guess everybody's left. Okay, I did procure some music for the show. I'll play some of that now. Starting with this sort of song here. Hopefully you guys enjoy some of this. Blessings.
Hey yo, first things first, it's time to shake ground in the 8th round. Box battle will break down for the beat, killer rhyme tone. Jump in the cyclone, STYLES, yes I know. The rap fiend vaccine, pack red theme, put them up. What the fuck? You pluck the best seed, off the wall, spitting the gorilla tag team. What's up now? Duck down, stuck, they can't breathe. Yo, you know the routine, the team in effect, please don't step. You wanna feed one of my pet peeves? The more beef, the better. Sound gay, but you all wanna sleep together. Okay, in the club, we don't sneak Berettas. Why not? We got so much street credit, the fucking police let us. Now that's bullshit, cause we don't pack heat. So come and get your head cracked at a fat meat. Moving this on now, making it bump loud, shaking the bump wild, breaking the pump style, faking the funk pow. Don't watch the pump, what now? Watch a balance shit get sunk down. Click, click, pow, pow, that, what? Just what I thought was up now. I'm like, hold it down, never give in. Style, sever your limbs, however you want it to end. Dirty syringe, I murder him again. 9-7 serving them sands, or 30 your friends. Get knocked out, turbulent wind. Hopped out, what you want, beer, bourbon, or gin. I'm a fish, you can tell by the flippers and fins. Yo, I got a rock style, pivot the offspring. And show rhythm with a distorted guitar string. Who am I? Russian roulette, cool and tie. Pushing it back, hotter than Quebec in July. Area 5-1, stereo, pop gun live. Here we go, SOB, drop some. For the kids in the hall with the new block tape. Blast from both angles, a boondock say. So get up, and let the sound hit ya. Snap this audio style picture. Keep it moving, it's on now. Making it bump round, shaking the bump wild, raping the pump style, faking the funk pow. Don't watch the pump, what now? Watch a battle shit get sunk down. Click, click, pow, that, what? Just what I thought was up now. I'm like, who the hell is splitting the belly up on the shellfish? Chilling Indian style, playing the fair blitz. Drilling your brain like rapid video games. Fill a syringe full of styles and sticking into your vein. Yo, what kind of shit is he on? Really, your style really beyond. Come on, punk, fuck off. You really gotta be gone. Ripped out of your brain. Piss covered in shit. The distance SOB gang. Son of a bitch. I'm a star killer for kicks. They're in the Air Force One of the globe. I can't fit, get it? I'm sick with it when I spit the venom in it. Drips up in a minute. Gets the women in a quick dilemma. We could settle it now. And I don't know who did it, but they said it was Styles. making it pump loud, shaking the pump wild, breaking the pump style, faking the funk pound. Don't watch the pump what now? Watch a battle shit get sunk down. Click, click, pow, nah, down. What? Just what I thought was sunk down. I'm like,
raps cross my synapse and trap years of time caps and make them feel as if nanoseconds elapse. My subliminal responds with sparks and contradicts its content because I'm conscious of my subconscious thoughts. Verbal wit'll make you short circuit quick. I throw a Merkin fit and squirt some shit worse than a murder hit from David Berkowitz. I throw dirt on your birth certificate. Get deep to see our surfaces, slice you and walk through your personage like a curtain split. My predatory nature so raw that I love phlegm. While the vultures flew over him, I flew above them. I'm the derelict with sick terror spit. You don't produce natural paragraphs, you carry someone else's like a surrogate. The onslaught that I'm causing, no author can pause it. I'm the dark secret inside of the skeleton's closet. I raise my pages in the sacred Philippine caves. Groups the lactite braids and shade them with guillotine blades. A cryptic rhyme shocked and ripped his mind. Cannabis and K-Reno combined is an unwritten apocalyptic sign. I turn MCs into shark feed, write and read at warp speed. The vampire and ultraviolet crossbreed. The rap gospel I follow is probably most optimal. My ultra opticals can spot fetus hair follicles. The possibility of me not winning's impossible. I'm so mentally hostile, I hear good news and get volatile. I telepathically move objects, my tongue concocted a new strain of saliva. One drop can fuel rockets. I throttle you with violent tailwinds, then extend another set of limbs and put you in a double full Nelson. So tell me, can you ace this quiz? You're the reverse opposite of what the opposite of true greatness is. Motherfucker, why would you try to nullify a beast with a butterfly? That's like singing an insomniac a lullaby. My eyes can catch rap as far as the skies can stretch. A bloody mic depicted and described in my composite sketch. Hit your place with self-imposed gashes in my face. Transform you from a solid mass to ashes in a face. So soon as you move, I'm dooming you. Then I'll take your widow to a room to school 20 minutes after your funeral. You wanna try to wipe my rhyme out? You be better off trying to put a strapped suicide bomber in time out.
Over the horizon, radar rhymes. Patent number 4686605. Sound pours out of the ground across the land. Jethro Tull was marred by the god called Pan. Creative writing and rhythm, grammar and composition. Don't ignore me, ignore the fools who tell you don't listen. To you it shouldn't sound like I'm quitting, cause I'm not. If I am to continue, it's up to hip hop. Wary of body and mind, tired of swimming against the tide. Why swim or walk when I can glide? Zero gravity exercising requires expert timing. For skydiving, my call sign is flying wing. An impossible profession. Saint Germain was made to explain the lesson with a 1,000-bar message. Now you may go, you have graduated. Now you may know. Tell the world exactly what you were shown. Shown up, Sesame Street poems brought to you by Sears Roebuck. Countdown, 48 months. Does it amaze me? No. Does it faze me? Maybe a little, yo. We gotta find a way to generate dough. The promoter won't pay me what I want for a show. Why do it for free when I'm worth my weight in gold? Mind, body, and soul inseparable. Incredibly, protoplasma recycles the matter perpetually. Hip-hop became boring. Lyrics seem more like a vestigial organ, but they shouldn't be important. The diaphragm, the thymus, activate the latent powers that reside inside us with 13 chakras. You get the Guantanamo Bay, the Alcatraz way. You heard what I say? These pigs gotta pay. I steady my approach. This supposed to be a no-fly zone. Black Sheep Squadron with strobe light hose. The hurricanes eye open, gale winds blowing. Moses on a rowboat, floating in the ocean. I figured out how to save water in a drought. If we save the right amount, I know we can make it out. The ever-expanding mind commanding the body. Do you copy the quantum biology biopsy? My austere designs are so ahead of the time. Even when you press rewind, you're still left behind. Father Arthur, Paul Pauper, breeze to draw prana and a yoga pose, trying to get close to your mama. Your ear cartilage has been targeted. The bombing will commence. Don't be a bitch, nigga, you started it. On the Sabbath, I write pre-planet for the planet. Drawing mechanics suspended in spaces, holographics, scientifically quantifiable, megalomaniacal, viable style. It's like trying to ride a bull. The lyrical inimical is miserable because I built a citadel of syllables that make me invincible. Am I a madman or a mason? A patriot or a pagan? West coasting in a 6'4" with Dayton. The propulsion system matrix poorly calibrated. I'm waiting on the part, special order replacement. Battle rapid, just aimless entertainment. Second round knockout was one of their favorites. Fuck all the haters. My luck was crushed, I felt like they fronted. My heart kept pumping, I had to do something. I turned the page, wrote a turn of phrase. Verbal x-rays, they say I don't burn, I blaze. Don't look at it like winning or losing. In 98 it was amusing. Poet Laureate's my new shit. Time keep on slipping, the ripper keep ripping. But right now my image stands still in a prism. My light reflects like mirrors, I choose to share it. The procession of the earth is never
Niggas listen to this shit right now. Got this shit going down. That new world order. Niggas is holding it down. Niggas ain't ready, man. Everybody know what time it is, man. Y'all niggas listening to this shit right now. All my niggas in the street, man. Y'all niggas know what time it is. Are they ready? Let's see. Let's see if these niggas is ready, man. Come on.
My brain is a coliseum unfinished, a art museum to done vision, a mausoleum before the sun risen. Dark wisdom, break the order of the magic witches. The tablet of the gifted fall in the hands of the music business. The sacred oath, the snake is pulse. He flinches, I take his ghost. Shadow war, we battle for the emerald ring. They unfold wings. When you enter the temple, they sing hieroglyphs up a spiral cliff. Follow the monk for months. Close your eyes where his disciples is sit. Every morn, the first satellite hit, I spit. The prayer lords recite from scripts. Then it's back to the silence. Patient observe the lotus bud. I write the scroll on each clove. This is discipline before beast mode. Follow G.O.D. code. Fondle my prayer beads under a pear tree. This prepares me. Then the chair was formed by the bees. A bear and the deer come around me. I won't speak for weeks. I hold my tongue. Now I can hold the sun. How is it I outnumber y'all? And y'all got me by 6-1. Y'all got me by 6-1.
The Elohim hold court in the ether. Deciding the fate of the human race, I plead my case through his speakers. Son, the rapper who mastered the dark matter, the guard particle mass created to smash atoms. Deal with energies that vibrate at higher frequencies. Your chakras gotta be aligned to even speak to me. Journey through time, and I doubt you ever find a shine on minds like mine that dwarf Einstein. See, I confuse Confucius with a complex theory of evolution with mind power that devoured Isaac Newton. Heaven on earth, nah, it's more like some sort of hell. War with Satan, crown shaking from the mortar shell. Escape the matrix like Morpheus, dodging bullets in slow motion like I'm smoking some dust. But my third eye's bright enough to spar with the Dalai Lama. Verbal projectiles pierce spiritual body armor. I'm a master builder from an enslaved mason, trying to hide the true identity of my creations. Lines I scribe identify who I'm facing. It's war, and either you a God or Satan. Lyrical Lord draws the paper thin line between love and hate. Decide if you destroy or create. They think it's verbal, but this warfare is spiritual. We box him in, apply pressure to his physical. Check 1, 2. Who got more style than Sun do? None do. Solar flare your Earth Duke, Sun you. I body the mic, I body the beat, I body the MC with the audacity to flow after me.
My automated system got 8 wicked concoctions. If that don't satisfy you, press 9 for more options. I can't believe you just did that. 20,000 wigs just concurrently slid back. Ha! I blow flames in high dosages. If I get too thirsty, the earth will be oceanless. Feelings don't move me, I guess I'm emotionless. Sick party holds a pinata full of locusts. Bobbing for live grenades inside a bucket. I know the plural pronunciation is locust, but fuck it. What are the percentages of a man actually choking to death after swallowing phonetic images? I spit unlimited pandemics deliberately distributed millions of rappers skin grass and canned spinach. As a child, I was seeing slaves. They checked my room and found my imaginary friends' imaginary DNA. It's gut-wrenching. My ultimate intention is to sit on top of the tower of infinite ascension, carrying on the ag jackal who ravages natural like Z in the alphabet. I keep coming after you. The judge said for the sake of my health, I've been ordered to stay 100 miles away from myself. You ain't hard, you a fake. I won't stop until I've blown his cover. You softer than the baby sister of a Jonas brother.
Behavioral scientist, why you dying to spit? Try too hard when you rhyme or abyss. Try again, approve this for public release. Fuck with the beast with buck teeth. Bust your guns or get rust in the streets. Handcuffed to the back of the Jeep. Blindfolded, you hear a foreign language they speak. You do not know it. Kidnapped to commit through cartoon, through park sand dunes, to a dark room to witness your doom. Bash you in the face with a mag, rope around your neck over a tree branch, hoist you up with 3 sandbags. You shit yourself, your pants sag. Global broadcast, man, that's sad. They lynched them in the lab. 24 apprentices for hardcore fellowship. 24 masters, 24 lyricists. Dead to the world, alive to the hearts that are pure. If you endure, your mind's open doors. Complete the last step without crossing my rep. Who's next? What possessed you to jump off a cliff? I split thoughts once you stop the hip-hop juggernaut. Kill your blood clot, you stink like jungle rot. Me llamo Herman Bushido Dogan Shotokan, the prototype of the first proto-rhyme with combined payloads. My glide bombs provide bros that cause World War II death tolls at live shows. Independently targeted, bombing shit from so high up in the atmosphere you lose consciousness. No oxygen, only cannabis and
antioxidants. Think about it, why spit into a bottomless pit? I'm so isolated lyrically, they put me in a desert facility to test my abilities. Check out my melodies, designed by Pratt and Whitney. Rap so swiftly, TAW50 following me, cause you're with me. Your high bars are lukewarm, let me school y'all. Intravenously cold-blooded cooling calls are running through my jaws. The sun's hot, I'm warmer, the metaphor explorer. I give an order, you can't cross the border. We ain't religious, don't talk about the Torah. We'll crucify you on a cross for a quarter. Welcome to my house of slaughter, signing on the roster. Go downstairs, put your stuff in the locker and come back. Let me see what you got, son. I dropped them. Rappers stepping to me, I ain't the one. Spontaneous, nucleonic, you the opposite, be honest. You reduce knowledge, and the discography is dishonest. Pro promise, change your name to MC Silence. Yes, your album inspired me. No, I didn't buy it. Talk back, nigga, get fired. I'll erase your verse off the track so fast you wake up tired. Candles go out, darkness infiltrate the house. What the fuck he talking about? He got a mental case mouth. I forced him to his knees, told him to face out. Empty your PayPal bank account before I blow your brains out. Untouchable since the day I came out. That's why these whack niggas keep calling my name out. How the fuck they gon' change that now? How they sound? I'ma put them in the ground. Lyrical law style. How you liked it me then? How you like me now? How you like me in the future when I'm wearing that crown? The crown is invisible. You don't have to be a loud individual. You act like hip-hop is all you listen to. If that's true, this is for you. And I'ma keep gripping you, cause that's what cannabis do. If that's true, this is for you. And I'ma keep gripping you, cause that's what cannabis do.
Fuck you in the hole you came out of. Turn this shit up, blast this shit louder. Fuck you to the cops, of course. Go to work, fuck you to your boss. dealing with the stress and the struggle. Sometimes you gotta say fuck you on the train and somebody bump you and don't say sorry. What to do? Fuck you. Asshole, yellow cab can't drive. Look them in the eyes. What to do? Fuck you. It's just two little words that go a long way when people get on your nerves, like cutting you off on a highway. Give them a finger, scream fuck you all day. And to the nosy neighbors and all the haters, it's fuck you now and fuck you later.
Fuck y'all. Just like the new up as I start to spray it.
Fuck you.
Make no mistake.
Fuck you. Always up in somebody's business. Who did what? Who fucking who? What is this? Fuck the Coke Connect. Cause when you buy that hard, it's like 20% wet. Fuck the world, don't ask me for shit. If you was dying in the desert, I wouldn't give you spit. Fuck you, you fake motherfucker. Lying piece of shit, straight cocksucker. 24/7 year round. It's fuck y'all niggas and fuck you clown. Come on y'all, say what you wanna say. Do what you wanna do, move how you wanna move. The world is full of assholes. Fuck everybody, increase your cash flow. Fuck who ain't with it. Fuck who ain't feeling me. Fuck you in the New York minute. Fuck all the hip-hop politics. I'm smashing niggas, you know how hard I hit. What the fuck you wanna do? From the bottom of my heart, nigga, fuck you.
Listen.
Fuck y'all. Just like the new up as I start to spray it.
Fuck you.
Make no mistake.
Black Poe. Fuck you. Black Poe.
Blow your back out with the nickel plated.
I got a long list of kills. It requires a certain mix of skills I've acquired through long tests of wits and wills. I need a fix that keeps me off of prescription pills when life has its ups and downs or dips and hills. I'm emotionless, I separate heart from mind. I take the good with the bad, both parts combined. They found one body, the other wasn't far behind. But she was a virgin and good girls are hard to find. First kill in a long time, they thought I resigned. But they both pointed back to me like a rewind. Led the cops to a pitfall, I laughed as they crashed into a tunnel I painted on a brick wall. I beat them by a landslide, but they found the body. They said you can run, but you can't hide. I ignore it, cause I don't like getting rid of bodies. The fun part's everything before it.
A false prophet, God is a superstition. I hear you, in fact. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
I think about death and decay with every weapon in every way. It never stops, it's every second of every day. I could probably be arrested for thought crime, but I'll be back on the streets making up for lost time. Some are random, some take years of waiting. Some repeat when all the good ideas are taken. If I could, I would murder every person near me. Sounds really good, but it only worked in theory. When it comes to my own kind, I'm drawing the line. But I can't say the thought never crossed the mind. Everything gets older, then death brings closure. I'm quite sure of it, I never have to think it over. I dream about killing, I'm a really light sleeper. You know what I'm thinking, it doesn't take a mind reader. I prefer to do all murders in large amounts. But it's not about that, it's the thought that counts.
I am a false prophet, God is a superstition. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
I don't know who has to die, it's whoever happens to catch an eye. We make mistakes, you live and learn, you laugh and cry. Every passerby looks like a potential kill. It's like staring at apple pie in the windowsill. I'm at a distance, I'm almost invisible watching. But I'm not a peeping Tom, I'm window shopping. Life is short, you're dying from the time you're born. And life goes on and so forth and so on. When it's all been said, I won't have any grievances. I've learned to live with my demons like Walking Dead. They say I have killed killed a girl who survived from dying. So I'm innocent, you can't blame a guy for trying. I should have taken her prisoner, but for every hot chick, there's a guy that's tired of hitting her. If you scream, you'll die. No one ever takes my advice. Most women just want a good listener.
I am a false prophet. God is a superstition. I am a false prophet. God is a superstition.
So I have there's probably tons of weird shit that's live.
All right, we live. Yeah, we're gonna watch some, homosexual nationalist propaganda on YouTube. I think, from what I understand. So.
Okay, so I don't know what this is. I guess
full determinism. In many regards, yeah, we're very close about like philosophical things you're asking about.
He's a full determinist.
And I'm a guy who's telling you God is all there is. So,
But that goes against Paul and the creature-creator distinction.
yeah. So this guy on this channel here, Ace Theo, he doesn't believe in free will. He thinks that Paul basically disagrees that we have free will. That's what his whole channel's thing is.
He's supposed to be a Christian or something?
Yeah, he's a Christian.
Nice.
But it's interesting. So yeah, so that's what they're talking about like every day. So it's weird. Like me and Unseen should go on this channel at some point because this is essentially the debate that we were having.
Was that Brown's boy on there? It sounded like Brown's boy on there.
I don't think so.
I thought I heard his voice on there.
God's will being done. And I am saying the good news is he gave us rest. He gave us peace, all the gifts of the spirit. It's just God's a spirit. It's the flesh, is at enmity against the spirit and vice versa. And to hear the word of God, you can believe, and you through that conduit of Christ in you, you just have all the blessings of God. Like,
But when you're having this discussion with someone like myself, it sounds like you're telling me that there's nothing I can do.
they say the way of the Tao is to do nothing. So what the hell are we supposed to do?
Are we doing the way of the Tao?
That was a good point. That's a really good point, actually.
Oh, this is the way. Christ. Christ is the way. That's just what that word means.
So
the way to be.
So you are telling
Live
me
life, the way to the
you're
Father.
telling me not to do anything, or that I can't do anything, or both, or what?
I'm just telling you what Jesus Christ did. And then you're saying, well, does that mean it doesn't matter what I do? And I'm saying, yeah, that the way that question follows my question or my statement, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's my message isn't about what you did. I don't judge anybody after the flesh. Like, I just don't even care what you're doing in that way.
Well, you're
Now,
saying
if
somebody worships Satan, you say, well, that's just what Christ is having you do.
Those
right
who so-called worship Satan, to me, and point is, you don't have to believe me, but to the book, is those rejecting the gospel and preaching a blasphemous, evil.
See, this shit's higher level. Like, look at how they're talking. Like, they're talking very respectfully. Like, that was bananas. Good job.
We need to change that real quick. We need to change that. We'll send people. No, just kidding. No, but that's a good point. Captive Desk. I don't think I've seen this people before.
He's an atheist apologist. He watches my show too.
Sounds better than Breakfast Taco so far.
Yeah.
Or whatever he calls his channel now. I do respect the rage baiting stuff. I do respect the rage baiting though. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, have you seen this guy debate Jim Bob?
Hold on, let me check it. Look, I can't see his face. Hold on. Definitely not. How did that go?
It was like, I guess it was naturalism versus presuppositionalism, that whole deal. So
Who do you think won that particular debate? I mean,
I don't know. It seemed like kind of like they had reached an impasse, so that's what it seemed like a draw.
Get a rock, and they do all these things backwards as far as they can with the best they can. Now, are they all wrong? They could be. Prove that they've all wrong, because the problem with dating is certain dating methods corroborate other dating methods.
Yes,
And
you have
they-
to go at it. You have to go
Yeah.
at it from many different angles to come up with
Exactly.
a solid inference, right?
Mhm.
Independent
will-
angles.
Even if they use a range, that's better than not having any range at all. And they like to target the range. But when the ranges overlap each other, now you have corroborating evidence, and you've got, like Mike says, multiple. Now you have to not only attack the one dating method, but they think they've sabotaged the other ones when actually they've reinforced the other ones because they have nothing to do with what the other one, they don't think, right? One doesn't think I'm a million years old, and the other one thinks I'm a billion years old. They don't think these things. It's just when they do the math, there's these overlapping lines that corroborate each other. And then there's completely different things like known events we have, things like volcanoes that show up in ice cores that go back almost a million years. So within that, you can corroborate. So
he's defending the current scientific consensus in terms of dating of rocks. So this is what he's engaged in right now. So that's pretty interesting. All right, let's see what.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do wish more people would try to debate that, because I think that it's highly suspicious the way that they try to like measure like stars and rocks and all these things. Like, oh well, we just have. I mean, how many presuppositions do you have to like assume, that some sort of data that you're picking up means, whatever you're saying it means. I don't know. Uh-oh, Caucasian Sasquatch. Oh boy.
Caucasian Sasquatch.
The halls of power revolve on violence.
Hold on. I actually do agree with Abe on this. Diplomacy is ultimately the best route, and all warfare is diplomacy by other means.
Whoa, that was a hot take. Who's this guy? Shadow of Hawk 55. I've not heard of him. But yeah, they're kind of like justifying the force doctrine situation here.
Yes, which is violence.
Must be taking a page out of Andrew Wilson's book.
Right, it seemed like, yeah. It says the Trump administration is reportedly considering forming a new alternative to the G7, one that completely leaves Europe behind. This new alliance would unite United States, Japan, China, Russia, and India.
Right. Well, that's already happened. So.
Right.
This is just like ex post facto like justification. That's exactly that's exactly all the propaganda I'm talking about that me and Phil Leader look at. Like that's exactly what it seems to indicate.
Like 1,000 times, right? He's like G7. This is BRICS. Like he said that like dozens of times.
Well, but I don't think he said that there's like a new alliance being formed. I think he thinks it still is G7, but ultimately
they're getting ahead of it. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I think they're trying to like do some sort of weird.
Yeah, they're trying to out meme people like Phil Leader or whatever through this shit. This guy Ryan Fournier.
Yep.
I don't know who that
Crazy.
is.
Oh, yeah. That dude. I don't know exactly who that is, but I know that he's important. Like he's one of these stalker weird dudes. But there's another guy who's has a similar name who's involved with like the Babylon Bee and stuff, and he's another weird dude he has a similar name, and he does a lot of that weird shit too, where it's like they play with the semantics and stuff to like trick people about what they're trying to actually do.
So this is weird. They're discussing alt-right politics here, so I think we hit on a weird thing here.
Oh, I didn't realize Ryan Fournier is on the thing. Let me screenshot that. I'll send that to Phil Leader. They got like Cthulhu on the top as the top guy up there too. I think that's kind of interesting.
Right.
I'm sure there's some sort of the Green Ranger. Interesting. I used to watch a guy named who called himself the White Ranger, but it was a racial term, so I don't know. The White Power. He used to call himself the Mike.
It says Cash App too, Samuel. That's what his name is, Samuel.
Probably Giorgiani's boy then. I have to listen.
So he's named himself after the a Gnostic demon, right? So then it says underneath cock squatch, and then it says a bunch of weird like language stuff.
Well, according to Twilight, Samuel was like Yahweh essentially, or something like that. So I don't know, something like that. I guess my what you call it? My microphone is bad, so I'll just restart it. But hold on a second. But yeah, that Ryan Fournier, what is his name? Trump administration community. Yeah, I'm gonna send that to him later. I'm sure he's gonna think something about that. It's pretty weird. That dude's a really strange dude.
Yeah, like there's two like guys that are created, archons that are created by Ealdabal, and it's like Samael and Saklas, right? So it's like a blind man and a fool is what it means, right? So it's interesting.
A blind man and a fool. What the?
Yeah, they created the world or whatever.
Other memes that we're discussing here, bro.
Listen, all I wanted was for you to just accept this trade negotiation that favors me. Totally.
Negotiations.
You don't want to? Okay, let me just break your country. Now let's have a conversation.
I mean, that's the model that the British Empire
I
succeeded
like
in.
this. I like this kid. He's smart. This kid is smart. Whoever this kid talking is very smart. I can tell.
It says Shadow of Hawk 50. Let me see.
Look.
Yeah,
so Aaron
I'm gonna try to look him up.
Austin first.
We need to get up on panel. He's a good arguer.
I don't know what to tell you. Your country sucks. Like it's fine that we don't want Canada in the club. Frankly.
First and foremost, the entire Commonwealth needs a revolution at this point.
Yeah.
All of it.
You got a license to call for revolution?
You got a license for that license, mate.
Right?
What's your license?
Look, if we had to get right down to it, right? Y'all have seen Ted, right? The Seth MacFarlane movie about the talking teddy bear.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the beginning of Ted, right, they were talking about that magical time of year where it's time to beat up the Jewish kids, right? And so all these neighborhood kids got together and were beating up the Jew kid. And then our main character comes up and he's like, "Hey, can I play too?" And everybody, including the kid getting beaten up, tells him to fuck off. Canada's that kid.
What a weird reference, right?
Yeah. Well, I looked up some stuff about what do you call it? The Netherlands and England yesterday. So I have a response for Boyd next time I see him. So yeah. I'll give you a hint. It involves Dionysus and what's the opposite of Dionysus? Apollonian. Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure you'll know what it's about, but it's like different Freemasonic arms fighting with each other and shit.
Yeah, now this guy's gonna try to convert Neurojack to Islam. So let's see if it works.
Dawa overdone you. Interesting. I don't know what that means, but come accept Islam. It's a good argument.
A lot of interesting discussions.
TikTok. He's doing a TikTok invasion. See, this
to you then.
He's definitely a Fed. That's why I want to start doing TikTok invasions, because when you start seeing, like, let's watch some of this, because the TikTok invasions are very like Feddy, like I would say. It's very strange. Like let's listen to some of this. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Realize comes directly from the Shahadas and Axiom. So there's a lot of things that you have to take as extra independent axioms that I don't have to take as extra independent axioms.
Okay. So would you believe
that God's attributes or whatever are unnecessary, unchanging, and internally existed?
Necessary or unnecessary? Sorry.
Yeah, or his attributes and Allah that necessary, like they couldn't fail to exist and they exist in all possible worlds as the same thing.
Yes, correct. But that's kind of cheating from our perspective because all possible worlds is a world is only possible if Allah creates it from our paradigm.
Yeah. So, so those things would all exist in all possible worlds. They're unchanging. Is Allah's volition and will informed by his attributes?
I'm not sure what you mean by informed by his attributes. Having his will, his divine will, is an attribute. Yes.
Okay, and this is the type of thing that couldn't be otherwise because it wouldn't be a law, right?
Allah, by very definition, is all powerful, all knowing, and is self aware.
Yeah. So I think what he's getting at, if I'm correct me if I'm mistaken, is you seem to be thinking of will in a temporal sense and saying that he would have to essentially change his will in order to choose to create something. Is that where you're going?
Nope.
Okay. Sorry, maybe you need to clarify then.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if his will, his senses, its attribute that exists in all possible worlds is unchanging, never different across all possible worlds. Are all things informed by his will, unchanging, and exist across all possible worlds?
Yeah.
Things occur by his will and his permission. Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by informed by his will. What does that mean?
Yeah, it means in order for P will, Q result happens, right? So P then Q.
Okay, that doesn't really answer my. Okay, hold on. So just to be clear, God wills something into existence. God wills things into existence, for example, right?
Right. So yeah, those things would be informed by the will.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So this is the nuance I wanted to pull out is his attribute of having will shouldn't be conflated with any particular choice made.
I'm not interjecting that. I'm just curious, right?
Okay.
His will, right, cannot be otherwise, right? Because in a law's nature and attributes would change, right?
What?
This is again, I'm trying to make sure we pin down what you mean by his will.
Like his attribute.
Okay, hold on. Is this in relation to like, did God have to create the universe? Is it in relation to that?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so
I don't want to.
Yeah, that's interesting. They're getting pretty like philosophical, I guess. So.
Yeah, we need to. I do want to start doing TikTok invasions. I haven't figured out like technically how to do that on different platforms yet. Like how to restream that back to YouTube. But I think we should start doing that because it's a very different vibe than YouTube. And yeah, I think it would be very. I think it would show you like a little bit wider of a like what's going on. It's like I think it's a better cultural cross section, but I think YouTube is more important, if that makes sense, but I don't know. Chats with Yak.
Chats with Yak. Uh-oh, they got the fox on there. She's probably starting a ruckus here.
So I had to forge a lot of my own kind of like coping mechanisms and stuff. So, and then like society doesn't really understand you, so you feel generally rejected, even if you like get a family and stuff, it doesn't last. So not that it's happened to me personally, but I can't imagine myself going through that if I didn't have an alternate timeline.
You've been, God.
It's kind of weird, Jack. It's like almost like Melanie's been born again, right? Like
No.
almost has a new
No.
life.
No.
Like no. Like you have like a new life. Like you have a whole new like, persona about it. I'm not downing you. I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I'm just saying like
So this
you
is a
have
Twin Peaks
different
reference. So
timeline.
sorry if you don't get it though, but I just had to dig myself out of the shit, okay?
Yeah.
I had to be my own golden shovel.
I think that's part of it. If you can take it from a spiritual perspective, the way I see it is this is for our development. And, we got to face these tough times so that we can discover how strong you actually are. And to truly know your strength, you got to be rejected, right? To understand compassion, you got to find.
It sounds like it's like a gay rights program all of a sudden. It's crazy. Yeah.
It might be. It might be on the under.
Yeah, like Jack's
Yeah,
on a
I saw some-
weird. Yeah.
On the weird trajectory over here.
Yeah.
He replaced the fire. He replaced the fireplace with some shower curtains. So yeah, whenever you see somebody with shower curtains, it's going wrong. Something's going wrong.
Yeah, he's ready to welcome everybody. I don't know. It is what it is.
With arms wide open. Nah, come on, now. You know
Right.
the song.
But like this Fox, like they get pretty like they try to take over the conversation. Like, let's see if that happens. But honestly, I think that'll
Yeah,
happen.
the little bit I've seen with the Fox is pretty good. Like with Jack's show, it's kind of hard because you just got too many people trying to steer the direction. But it seems like there's always somebody who's been like predetermined to take over the stream. So it doesn't seem that easy to do. I don't know.
Yeah, last time my show was on, he was on with the Thorpes. And then the Toilable Earth was on with Thorpes last night. That's an interesting video. We could maybe review that if you want, because that was really funny and weird.
I'm sure they're gonna show us exactly how Catholic and/or Orthodox they supposedly are.
Right.
No, I mean they're actually. I'm entertained by them sometimes, but
yeah,
not in a good way. Not in a good way though. You know, it's like it's kind of
What is this thing?
It's usually like they make like 10 good points in a row, and then they say like 5 to 10 things that like totally destroy their credibility, and I'm like, okay, so I don't understand what I'm watching now.
Take more time to explore, especially like. Again, I just think it's taking a huge risk to offer advice to people that you don't know on an intimate level, but that's just, I do have like an ideal in my head where I don't think it's possible to help people unless you know them intimately. So yeah, okay, we're gonna. You said you're willing to do a more in-depth
We
chat.
can talk
so
more.
What's the best way to
Yes.
reach out? Is it Discord?
Discord is probably one of the worst. Honestly,
Jack has everything. Like his phone number is probably the best way to get a hold of him.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Can you receive text? Like that's a cell phone?
yes. Yep. Text is wonderful at that
I
number.
sent him a couple
Also-
dick pics one night.
So Jack
No,
Talcott just hands his phone number out.
No, of course. And
Okay.
Yeah, he like doxes himself on a show. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like yeah, as far as I know, like me and Jack Talcott are like one of the only people to do that, just self-dox or whatever. Like, we have done that.
I mean, it's bold to do it, but I mean, it's like there's very good reasons you wouldn't do that. Mainly because like there's so many scammers that can like destroy your life with like a phone number or something. I mean, that's like the main thing. It's like it doesn't have to be some crazy person on the internet. It could just be some random person who uses your
Yeah.
information. So
Yeah, I just see that like any crime that anybody's gonna like do like to you, like it's pretty much just gonna be like just a crime or just a regular crime. If somebody takes their information and then harms you, like based off of information they got online, they still have to like break the law. So it's like I don't know, I'm not really that afraid of it, right? Unless people are just straight up criminals and they want to harm you, then I guess you can't stop them. I guess. Right? I don't know.
yeah, you guys definitely have balls and/or don't give a fuck. So I respect it for sure.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful night, Melanie. And this was actually a great interaction.
For sure.
All right. Well,
yes,
that was
blessings
boring.
and thank you.
Well, let's go to this guy. This guy's the African guy. So I forget where he's from, Nigeria or something. But yeah, he's pretty smart. He's a smart guy for sure. White supremacy versus Pan-Africanism is the topic. Pretty interesting topic for sure.
Well, they're selling like Pan-Asianism and Pan-Africanism like all over the place right now. Like it's like It's a huge psyop going on right now. Gigantic one.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. So let's hear the other side.
Top end, like there's no such thing as racism at the top end.
Oh shit, it's Imperius. Remember when we talked to Imperius for a long time?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really heard his voice, so I'm kind of curious to hear what he sounds like.
Yeah, we did. We talked to him on your show, but you deleted the episode. Remember that?
Well, I must have forgot but yeah, I just remember DMing him and him saying like, I'll kill anybody who doesn't believe what I say.
Yeah, I'll remind you. Yeah, he was telling me that Newton was a Christian, and then I pulled up the Shabbat Lubavitch article on Newton, right? And then he started saying that that the information is illegitimate because the Shabbat that's reporting it. And I said, well, why does the Shabbat agree with the Catholic Church? and then he started saying that I should go work at McDonald's and serve him because he's better than me. And then I told him, thank you, come again. Remember, I kept doing that.
I wish I did. I don't remember that interaction, but it sounds like it was a good one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it was on your old channel. Like I really screamed at Imperius until like for 3 hours one day. Yeah, like that's why he doesn't come on our channels and fuck with us.
It's probably for the best because he looks like a dangerous person. So. but he sounds interesting though.
Yeah, we had him and Joshua Jones out there. Like Imperius is still in our Discord right now. But yeah.
Yeah, Joshua. I wish Joshua Jones would come around. He was really good at trolling. I mean, except for he didn't troll you well, but he trolled everybody else pretty well.
Yeah, I got him a few times. Like I pinned him a few times.
No, but I mean, I want to see his Asian Aryan theory over there. What's going on in Vietnam?
This military is kind of being reenacted. The U.S. was really for most of its political history was only interested from the from its military. The Hawaiian Islands and some of those islands out there to the East Coast. That's what we care about, and everything down. Like that's what we care about. We don't need, and that is why you're seeing the U.S.'s most advanced carrier where it's not in the Mediterranean. It's in the Caribbean.
By the way, as soon as I entered the show, on Chaotic Truth, right, Imperius and a few other people were like paying money to like get me off because he still remembered my interaction with him. Like he donated money to like diss me and stuff. It was crazy. So yeah, the one time I went on, funny. Yeah,
that's actually really funny.
Yeah, the one time I went on the Chaotic Truth Live, he totally remembered our interaction that I had with him on your show. So,
yeah. Well, I just remember I went on there and tried to say some stuff, and everybody shut me down immediately. I don't know if you remember, but I went on there as Luke Knight, if you don't, and I was trying to like,
oh man,
try to do that. Yeah, that was it. And you were watching that. I think I can't remember what the situation was, but I just remember like immediately. Because he was, because Chaotic Truth was like promoting like Giorgiani, like a Giorgiani talking point about like Jesus or something like that. I can't remember what it was. It was some stupid stuff, And they would not allow me to LARP. They immediately like did damage control. I can't remember. There was somebody else involved with there. That was kind of shocking, but yeah, that's it. Chaotic Truth is definitely a weird ass channel.
Yeah, they also have Orthodox guy in their chat over here on this African channel. So I don't know. This guy might be a Fed. It's interesting.
Well, I'm pretty sure at least one of the three people we just talked about is for sure.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, even if it's not true that the U.S. is pivoting away, it's interesting to see what that's doing. That announcement was actually made public. Because that makes money change, that makes investments and so on. Why is that? I'm not saying there's I'm not saying I know everything about it. Of course I don't know everything. Okay. I'm saying that it's an interesting development that the U.S. is making that defense posture known to the world, or at least expressed like that.
Yeah, okay. So there are two things I'm going to mention regarding the aspect of asking you whether you had some kind of a backstory, such as such people, such as John Mearsheimer, realist school of this or that, or certain kind of historians, look at things that, as a gradual process, obviously, and then they've been pointing out to this particular rotting away of the quote unquote post World War II order, for several reasons which we can look at, or it's not a question of reasons, but these things happen. Things fall apart and then have to be reconstituted to fit the times and whatnot. That's one aspect. But speaking of times, there is a change of tone, which one would say perhaps it's not just a question of, in other words, one would say a coarsening of the tone, let's say. Some people who are more favorable to it will say that anti-political correctness has won the day, right? And this would be like a tone thing now. And it may be true that, and Donald Trump perhaps is a manifestation of that, right? And that then it's just like, then it's not anything that is substantive. It's just people are just taking certain kinds of masks off. And it is not just in social media.
I think it's a general realization that the United States has been subsidizing so much bullshit and been involved in so much shit that it doesn't need to, that it's been neglecting its own home.
Yeah. All that. And that's why I was like, okay, what's the big story? When did it start? Because I was asking you, for your take.
I think it's still going on. I think we're still in that transition. I still don't think people understand. Like, you're seeing the whole Somalian thing in Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised by some of these shows, actually. It seemed like on Caucasian Sasquatch on this show, also on Ace Theo, it seemed like they're involved in a sort of high-level discussion, right? So, like, so honestly,
Well, but when you see, like, but ultimately, I think what you'll find is that, like, that article I sent you by Phil Leader, I think would be very revealing. I think what he's trying to argue is, like, some of these discussions is like funneling people into like a certain conclusion or something. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, they're all centering around the same topics, so I notice. Right? It's
Exactly,
like,
yeah. And the framing is very particular. It's very peculiar, right? Like, it's not like this isn't like some people who've like read a bunch of books on their own. It's kind of like, I mean, that's my impression of it. It's more of like, well, these people have gotten like certain talking points and certain like memos, and they maybe went to college and then been told like this interpretation is correct, and then like their job was like to go and remix it from like a different point of view. So like, okay, say you're a white nationalist, but like reinterpret what you've learned in college about this thing, and like, but do it from like a white nationalist standpoint or something. It's like, it's pretty weird, It's like I'll give you an example in a second. Let me look up this example. I'll read it to you. I can't hear the video, by the way, so let me reset my thing again.
And let them tell me what they were experiencing.
Every great city of the world seems to have an area given over to the fleshly needs of men. In San Francisco, this area is called the Tenderloin. It is a marketplace of vice, degradation, and human misery.
I looked up the word tenderloin in the dictionary, and the first definition was familiar, a prime cut of meat. But the second definition surprised me, a vice-ridden district controlled by corrupt policemen.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it was in San Francisco. The Tenderloin looked lawless and out of control. But the police actually...
See, Susan Stryker, and again, Susan Stryker is a queer militant. Keep that in mind. Susan Stryker is already trying to say this was about corrupt police that were controlling this queer area in San Francisco. What did Music Can say? Oh, Oh, of course, of course, of course. The priest is communist. I know we're all shocked by that revelation. Thanks, Mizakan. Well, yes, they believe that capitalism created this problem. Capitalism is managed by the police. The police are reinforcing the poverty in this district and the oppression in this district to keep them out of it. Like they believe capitalism caused all of this.
Okay, so she's pro-capitalism.
They allowed
Okay,
the
interesting.
prostitution, drug dealing, and gambling, and then demanded payoffs from people involved in those activities.
Well, the police came to Finocchio's nightly. I don't know for sure that there was like payola, whatever that was, but they were certainly welcomed and well taken care of.
Finocchio's began in the 1920s as an illegal Tenderloin speakeasy. The club moved up to North Beach when
Yeah, she's an interesting lady. Like, it's like she's using like critical theory to expose like leftism or whatever. But I wanted her to talk to Pill Eater if I could set that up. I'm asking
Yeah,
Pill Eater,
I-
he said, he said he's fine with it. So
Oh, really? Okay. So there's something about her. I would not want to talk to her. Like she looks like the kind of person that'll get you fucking put in prison pretty quick, in my opinion. But I don't know. As far as I can tell, like
I
whatever
think
she
got
is, I want to
fired.
stay far away from her.
Yeah, I think she got fired from PragerU.
Interesting.
Daddy,
So she might be an agent. She might be an agent of Prager.
Right.
No, but what she's talking about is very true in San Francisco. Like you go to San Francisco, you can see like this is true, but it's like a very I mean, I'm trying to think of how to put it really briefly, but yeah, I mean it's probably that way in every city, but San Francisco it's very obvious that there's stuff going on because you go to the Tenderloin, it's literally like drug dealing, drug use, prostitutions, everything's like out in the open, and there's like little kids everywhere, so it's like pretty weird, yeah.
That's fucked up.
No.
No.
Yeah, and like they try to shut it down, but it's like they don't really seem to be trying that hard. I mean, I have a friend who lives very close to there, and they were telling me yesterday, like, basically gunshots, and then just everybody zombied out, and then all the drug dealers are shooting each other, and then all their friends are robbing everybody. So pretty, pretty much a little ecosystem, you could say.
Yeah.
I mean, and like San Francisco is a wide open place, so like you can see everything. Like you can see like a mile in every direction. So you know what I mean? It's not like a place where there's like cuts. I mean, there's like alleys and stuff, but not really. You know what I mean? Like everything's like out in the open, so there's not like places to really hide what you're doing. You know, really. I mean, it's a pretty wide open city, other than the hills. You know.
All right, OTW's decided to go live like very close to my show, so let's see what's going on with him, honestly, because I've been on his show recently a lot.
I encourage everyone who did sub
I
and get him
encourage you
over
to get a
1,000 unsub and go strike team go. Because here's what's crazy. At first, I thought Frank was using Jack for the clout because Frank's wanting to be a YouTuber now. He's wanting to do the streaming, podcasting, the money. He sees OTW. He sees Flow State. He sees Paul Fell. You know.
Look, now we got a guy
Frank-
named Slick Rick saying I'm Two-Faced. Go fuck yourself.
You are in a sense, dude. And
How?
Slick Rick, if you knew your optics, you know who that was. Shout out to Bear Jew.
Who is that?
That's our Jewish fucking bear. But anyways, the
Jew
fact
bear?
is Jack admitted the maybe baby shit. And again, I'm telling you guys, someone who has to talk about love, predators have to reteach themselves love. And so Jack's been twisting this whole love thing out. He went into detail okay, fine. Now he's done this before, admitting the maybe baby, but he's also denied it to you guys. Like, oh, it's a lie, it didn't happen. Last night,
So Snafu's been accusing Jack Talcott of producing a grape maybe baby. So his claim is that Jack Talcott graped somebody and has a maybe baby. with that person, and so his potential daughter or whatever. So he's running this whole drama thing. Now, the interesting part is that Jack Talcott will let Snafu on his show to challenge him about this. Right? It was like seems like an odd piece of
Like a year or two at this point. It's like it's the same.
right.
I mean, maybe not the exact same, but it seems pretty like bizarre. It's like
Yeah, it's like a drama loop.
I don't
that
understand.
goes
I
on.
still fucking get it. It's like
Yeah.
it's not even interesting anymore. And what's messed up is like Snafu talks about real shit like fucking Oracle and stuff, and then he just mixes in with like great babies and stuff. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Well, he sprinkles that in, and then I don't know what his entire because he was working with the guy Marfugal TV.
Yeah, I know he talks about Marfugal every other word almost. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I don't know the details, but I just think it's like I'm sure there's some truth to what he's saying about like Oracle and Marfugal, or like I'm not saying it's true specifically, but I'm saying like it's probably what he's talking about and mixed in. Okay. So,
Yeah, you're kind of roboting a little bit. But yeah.
He's on your electric bike for
Dude,
OTW.
I told this fucking rat.
He got him an electric bike OTW so he could go do wheelies for you.
Oh, he's following in the footsteps of Landos.
Yeah, he got him
Landry,
an
Landry
electric
couldn't
bike.
afford something like this. He's a pussy.
Show him, Cage. Go do some
dropped
wheelies.
him
bud.
I already own one.
You see what I mean?
But, like when we do this, I want you all to really take a listen to how many times Jack has told us, no, the baby didn't exist. Yes, the baby did exist. No, the baby didn't exist. Yes, it did. Because over the years, PX and even Red or Rick and even others like, no, I remember Jack saying it happened. Then people would say, oh, no, Jack says it didn't happen. We've heard him fully admit it did. Last night was very eye-opening. And again, it's because people are starting to wake up to his
I don't care. I
lies
found this screw. This
and
screw
his
is more valuable
delusion.
than your entire reality.
I'll be back in like 3 minutes, dude. I'm gonna get
Yeah,
my
all right.
laptop.
We'll be here waiting.
Yeah, I'm digitally waiting. Let me total my.
That was important, Cage, because that was the last screw you had left, right?
I know. I got to screw it back into my.
Yeah, so
fucking brain.
I mean, what's important
Yeah.
to realize is that these are the shows that we're forced to go on that will give us credence. But the thing is that we should actually be going on these other shows.
yeah, that where we don't get like random people who just like talk about nonsense for an hour while you're talking about something important. Yeah.
Yeah, because like
Yeah, that's like it's insane. Yeah, it's like we have to branch out, and that's why I've been trying to tell everybody is like find us other shows to like go in as a unit. We can all go and like promote and cross promote, and it'll be good for everybody. But like this stuff that we're doing here is like it's just weird that we've been trapped into like this very particular like corner of like bullshit talk shows, where there's nothing
yeah,
really.
and I've done
goes
that
in it.
like a couple times. Like when we like find a show, like if we get like a watch party going in the Discord, and then we're watching the show and asking like, oh, is there a link here? And then we'll go into the show.
But we should film. We should make it a show. This is my vision. I see it as this. We have us watching a show, and then we send people into the show, and then we record them going in, and then like we tag team in and out. I think that would be really good. And then it's like it's not like that we're trying to troll per se, but it's like we can kind of like build some bridges and or suss out like who's doing what and what's going on. I mean, I think that and I think we should do that on Twitter, TikTok, and on YouTube, because there's a lot of there's a lot of real people out there, but we got to really go and find them. Like it's really hard to suss out like who's for real and who's not. Like I think there's a lot of people in PsyOps that are probably like not very happy with what's going on. So they probably tell us a lot about what's happening, if we just go find them,
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what this is.
by Blink 182.
Oh no, he's not gonna sing this, is he?
Somebody tell me what you think about me. Don't try to argue or hold it against you. Not believing you must have your reasons. The season is calling. Your pictures are falling down. The steps that I retrace. There is that look on your face.
Like zero feeling and emotion behind it. Is he drugged? This is crazy. There's 18 people watching this goy slap. This is insane. Let's see who's in here. Man, who are these people? All right. Well, that was terrible. Terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, that's a really good song by Blink 182, and he just totally ruined that. So fuck that guy. Blink 182 had some good songs, man. That's a really good song, by the way.
Yeah, that was garbage. All right. So it's
Blink,
not till each
Blink 182 is also a bunch of Satanists promoting alien disclosure. So go figure. Probably working with Giordani.
Celebrating Happy New Year, I guess.
Say what?
It says Happy New Year on the stream.
Okay, interesting. Voy, our Dutch.
Oh, and our another friend from the Netherlands.
Another friend from the Netherlands. Oh yeah, don't you know there? I need to learn the Dutch accent. It's so bizarre to listen to. I have this I have this girl I listen to from there. I'll send you that. We can watch a little bit of it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. I
kinda
didn't know
great.
these guys were like knowing each other.
Who is this?
You never seen this guy,
Oh,
Alexander the Ganja Shaman?
I think I saw him once. I thought he was a Jamaican dude or something.
He's been on my show twice.
He's Dutch though.
Yeah.
Weird. I guess it's a very small world. I guess these guys are the Apollonian side and we're the Dionysian side or something.
Right.
Something going on.
But yeah, he's a smart guy. He's been on my show like twice. He's pretty deep thinker. But yeah, it's interesting that maybe they're in cahoots because they're from the same place. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Maybe that's why I've been marked for death by the Dooch.
In Croatia. Yeah, so yeah.
You know who fought against the Muslim and the Ottoman Empire, which is not much talked about, the Ottoman Empire? It was.
By the way, this guy hates Muslims. Like, this is the first time I talked to this guy. He just hated Islam. It was weird. I was like, why are you obsessed with Islam? It was pretty strange. But yeah, like he didn't want to talk about the Jews. But yeah, it was weird.
Well, I think we're starting to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
Christmas tree and
Yeah.
with a fire extinguisher to the.
Also, you'll notice they never want to talk about the House of Orange for some reason, which I find very interesting.
Oh.
Dutch people never want to talk about the House of Orange. I don't know if there's like some law about it or something, but I don't know. Pretty weird.
Rape in London, England is the rape capital of the Western world right now. Wonder why?
And that's only
Rape-
imagine that's only what is reported, dude. That's only
Yes,
what is
exactly. And also, what is reported is very high. And you're right, there are a lot that is not reported. So imagine how high it is, actually. It's
Dude,
extremely high.
I mean, I almost got run over the other day when I pointed out a bunch of these guys, you know, doing shady business. They fucking tried to run over me, dude. I don't report that, but there was a fucking murder attempt. You know?
Yeah.
I didn't report that, but that happened.
Well, if that's true though, then like, why wouldn't he just get out and like knife you? If that was his thing, right? Like if he missed with the car, why wouldn't he just grab a knife and jump out?
Right.
You know about Australia? Australia also, the Muslim there. Oh shit. The thing is happening around. I saw it in Australia too, but there's a lot of patriotic Australians that has hit the street. You know, they call people as us racist because we're patriotic.
Yeah, but
because
dude,
we're
it's not
nationalists.
gonna happen. It's not gonna happen on the streets, and it's not gonna be reported.
This is really weird listening to. This is
Yeah, I know.
like
This thing is
Dutch
Yeah.
neo-Nazis or something. This is funny. It's actually really funny.
Yeah, Dutch neo-Nazis talking about Muslims in England and Australia. When, like, how many Muslims could there possibly be? And if they can't control them, isn't that the government's fault? I don't know, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Huh? So I don't understand the big issue.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, it's what we were talking about before we started, which is like the whole global system. But it's like they're covering the global system by with fake debates about, well, this or that or the other. And like, again, that doesn't mean there's not real things going on, but it's like you said, like if the government's literally allowing and encouraging it, it's like, okay, so is this like an organic thing happening, or is this like engineered to like throw people off or something? I think that's what it.
Yeah,
That's what I think it is.
Yeah, I forget what country he's from, but he's from another island that's like a small island where like he's like so it's like off the coast of like the Dutch or whatever, off the coast of the Netherlands. So I don't know. Obviously he's not white, so that's all.
And yeah.
Okay.
But so I was thinking, like, you know, I don't like to meet up with people, or you know, but then again, you know, when I try, it works. But you know, I'm kind of disappointed with the whole humanity thing. And
Well,
you
yeah,
think-
I have a love and hate relationship for them, but I'm here on this planet for a reason, and I do see a change happening. It's happening, as I said, not as fast as I want, but there's an awakening happening, and I know we already win. We already won. The light has already won. We just played it out. What we're seeing now is all the darkness is coming to the light, and we're going to be seeing what has been going on this planet. And I tell you too, with
Yeah, that sounds like utopianism. Well, it's kind of weird. It's like everything's getting worse, but that's just the last bad shit that's gonna happen. That seems very unlikely. But yeah.
Space and everything, right?
Yes, you should look at my last interview I did with a super soldier. I did my last interview.
What is going on here?
I was with a super soldier, Ra Cloud. I don't know if you're familiar with super soldier program, but
You started to sound more and more
you know,
Russian.
Yes.
Come
And
see
what
my
we
super
talked
soldier
about with,
program, the program
space and
soldier.
ETs and underground, that is going to be coming to the mainstream in the future.
What?
I went on deep subject. There. I did 3 weeks ago. I did that interview, and maybe ending of January, I'm going to be interviewing him back again for an update.
Finally, Little Wing has joined us. Finally.
Hey, Little Wing, how you doing? Long time. Hey, I'm in the Netherlands right now. Can you believe that?
Is that
It's fucking cold, man.
is that Denise? What? Little Wing?
I believe it is. It's very strange. What's going on here? They all know each other or something?
I think that might be a different Little Wing. It's at Little Wing 6 was 9. So I don't think that's our Denise, but yeah.
Oh, that's pretty weird. That's really weird coincidence, though.
Yeah, that is
Like, how many? What's the coincidence? Like, what's the probability on that?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on here? Crazy. I want to talk to that dude. What's that dude? Remember the other Dutch guy we used to talk to, who's always like talking about flat Earth? That I brought over from Jim Bob. I want that guy to come back. That guy was interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
But,
you don't believe in space or aliens for outer space? Well, yeah. You know, I'm pretty sure in the future a lot of people are going to be believing because you know I have my native background too, and the natives also talk about our star brother and
Yeah,
sister.
this guy's fun, man. Honestly, I'd like to talk to this guy more. I wonder if he'll call in more to the show. But I think
so he's like, so I no, I like it. He's mixed. He's mixed native and Dutch. He sounds Russian. He's a neo-Nazi, but his name is Ganja Shaman, and he's like,
yeah, exactly. And he
you know,
believes in
we're
New Age
star
stuff.
seeds and shit. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
wow, they got
Yeah.
the whole fucking gambit here. I like it.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, yeah. He
Like,
believes
I
in
don't know.
QAnon.
Like
Yeah, he
we
believes in
got
QAnon.
some cool people out here.
Yeah, he believes in QAnon and numerology. So he's a kind of weird mix of things. Oh wait, what happened to you? Okay, so no more Neurojack. Paging Neurojack. Smoking that neuro crack. All right, there you are.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you for whatever reason. My audio keeps fucking cutting out. Oh my god.
Yeah, you like dropped out of the studio. But yeah, I should go.
No, I had to. I had to drop out to like reset my audio because you were talking. I couldn't hear you. I was talking. I didn't mean to talk over you. So.
No, it's no worries. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if you heard what I said about like neo-Nazi starseed everything. But
Yeah. I heard you. Yeah.
that's weird. Like you guys can hear me, I can't hear you guys sometimes. So it's pretty weird.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
But I know you got to go. You got to start your show. So we'll wrap it up here, and I appreciate you doing that. But yeah, I got some crazy shit to show you next time I'm in front of a computer. But it's like the temperature's dropping. It's like 45 degrees, which is very weird for here. But yeah, it's starting to get cold and shit. So and I think my internet is dropping and shit. So like I don't know what it is, but.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I appreciate you. So we'll see. Do me a favor, just send me the link from over there. I'm gonna restream you, and we'll try to get some numbers high, and you know, just tell everybody to restream you tonight, so that way you just catch more and more viewers from all the other peripheral channels that we have, and then we'll just try to funnel everybody onto your channel. You know.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
All right, man. Cool. All right.
Yeah, blessings.
All right, blessing. Thank you. Just send me the link, and
yeah, I'll send it up.
All
Yeah.
right, cool. All right, bye.
All right, peace.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We're only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power, but for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way. But what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read, as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful will be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chiang Cheng-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: if a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle: a new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle: People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration, to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a mass of propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent. And in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology, as it progresses, would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward. Economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression, and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational, consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan Learning Centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance considered by itself will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once, but since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explained in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society. And the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance. Hence the population explosion with all that implies. Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up a new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed, but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society. But an ideology, in order to gain enthusiastic support, must have a positive ideal as well as a negative one. It must be for something as well as against something. The positive ideal that we propose is nature, that is, wild nature. Those aspects of the functioning of the earth and its living things that are independent of human management and free of human interference and control. And with wild nature, we include human nature, by which we mean those aspects of the functioning of the human individual that are not subject to regulation by organized society, but are products of chance or free will or God, depending on your philosophical or religious opinions. Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to technology for several reasons. Nature, which is outside the power of the system, is the opposite of technology, which seeks to expand indefinitely the power of the system. Most people will agree that nature is beautiful. Certainly, it has tremendous popular appeal. The radical environmentalists already hold an ideology that exalts nature and opposes technology. It is not necessary for the sake of nature to set up some chimerical utopia or any new kind of social order. Nature takes care of itself. It was a spontaneous creation that existed long before any human society, and for countless centuries, many different kinds of human societies coexisted with nature without doing it an excessive amount of damage. Only with the Industrial Revolution did the effect of human society on nature become really devastating. To relieve the pressure on nature, it is not necessary to create some special kind of social system. It is only necessary to get rid of industrial society. Granted, this will not solve all problems. Industrial society has already done tremendous damage to nature and will take a very long time for the scars to heal. Besides, even pre-industrial societies can do significant damage to nature. Nevertheless, getting rid of industrial society will accomplish a great deal. It will relieve the worst of the pressure on nature so that the scars can begin to heal. It will remove the capacity of organized society to keep increasing its control over nature, including human nature. Whatever kind of society may exist after the demise of the industrial system, it is certain that most people will live close to nature, because in the absence of advanced technology, there is no other way people can live. To feed themselves, they must be peasants, or herdsmen, or fishermen, or hunters, etc. And generally speaking, local autonomy should tend to increase, because lack of advanced technology and rapid communications will limit the capacity of governments or other large organizations to control local communities. As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you must sacrifice another. Most people hate psychological conflict. For this reason, they avoid doing any serious thinking about difficult social issues, and they like to have such issues presented them in simple black and white terms. This is all good, and that is all bad. The revolutionary ideology should therefore be developed on two levels. On the more sophisticated level, the ideology should address itself to people who are intelligent, thoughtful, and rational. The object should be to create a core of people who will be opposed to the industrial system on a rational, thought-out basis, with full appreciation of the problems and ambiguities involved, and of the price that has to be paid for getting rid of the system. It is particularly important to attract people of this type, as they are capable people and will be instrumental in influencing others. These people should be addressed on as rational a level as possible. Facts should never intentionally be distorted, and intemperate language should be avoided. This does not mean that no appeal can be made to the emotions, but in making such appeal, care should be taken to avoid misrepresenting the truth or doing anything else that would destroy the intellectual respectability of the ideology. On a second level, the ideology should be propagated in a simplified form that will enable the unthinking majority to see the conflict of technology versus nature in unambiguous terms. But even on the second level, the ideology should not be expressed in language that is so cheap, intemperate, or irrational that it alienates people from the thoughtful and rational type. Cheap, intemperate propaganda sometimes achieves impressive short-term gains, but it will be more advantageous in the long run to keep the loyalty of a small number of intelligently committed people than to arouse the passions of an unthinking, fickle mob who will change their attitude as soon as someone comes along with a better propaganda gimmick. However, propaganda of the rabble-rousing type may be necessary when the system is nearing the point of collapse, and there is a final struggle between rival ideologies to determine which will become dominant when the old worldview goes under. Prior to that final struggle, the revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system, but one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of people and the power-holding elite of the industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude whether you blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public or blame the public for allowing itself to be manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power elite and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization, because each side in a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above. The revolution must be international and worldwide. It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots! The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter of technology. More reasonably, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology while nasty dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead, instead, to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken, and it is worth taking, since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity because people need power. Modern man is a collective entity, that is, the industrial system has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license comes rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers in which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find it and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a human goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid, long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth. So that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological system. It would be hopeless for revolutionaries to try and attack the system without using some modern technology. If nothing else, they must use the communications media to spread their message. But they should use modern technology for only one purpose: to attack the technological system. Imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, "Wine isn't bad for you if you drink in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I just take one little drink." Well, you know what's going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. Revolutionaries should have as many children as they can. There is strong scientific evidence that social attitudes are to a significant extent inherited. No one suggests that a social attitude is a direct outcome of a person's genetic constitution, but it appears that personality traits are partly inherited, and that certain personality traits tend, within the context of our society, to make a person more likely to hold this or that social attitude. Objections to these findings have been raised, but the objections are feeble and seem to be ideologically motivated. In any event, no one denies that children tend on the average to hold social attitudes similar to those of their parents. From our point of view, it doesn't matter all that much whether the attitudes are passed on genetically or through childhood training. In either case, they are passed on. The trouble is that many of the people who are inclined to rebel against the industrial system are also concerned about the population problems. Hence, they are apt to have few or no children. In this way, they may be handing the world over to the sort of people who support or at least accept the industrial system. To ensure the strength of the next generation of revolutionaries, the present generation should reproduce itself abundantly. In doing so, they will be worsening the population problem only slightly. And the important problem is to get rid of the industrial system, because once the industrial system is gone, the world's population necessarily will decrease. Whereas if the industrial system survives, it will continue developing new techniques of food production that may enable the world's population to keep increasing almost indefinitely. With regard to revolutionary strategy, the only points on which we absolutely insist are that the single overriding goal must be the elimination of modern technology, and that no other goal can be allowed to compete with this one. For the rest, revolutionaries should take an empirical approach. If experience indicates that some of the recommendations made in the foregoing paragraphs are not going to give good results, then those recommendations should be discarded. 2 kinds of technology. An argument likely to be raised against our proposed revolution is that it is bound to fail because, it is claimed, throughout history technology has always progressed, never regressed. Hence, technological regression is impossible, but this claim is false. We distinguish between 2 kinds of technology, which we will call small-scale technology and organization-dependent technology. Small-scale technology is technology that can be used by small-scale communities without outside assistance. Organization-dependent technology is technology that is dependent on large-scale social organization. We are aware of no significant cases of regression in small-scale technology, but organization-dependent technology does regress when the social organization on which it depends breaks down. Example, when the Roman Empire fell apart, the Romans' small-scale technology survived because any clever village craftsman could build, for instance, a water wheel. Any skilled smith could make steel by Roman methods, and so forth. But the Romans' organization-dependent technology did regress. Their aqueducts fell into disrepair and were never rebuilt. Their techniques of road construction were lost. The Roman system of urban sanitation was forgotten, so that not until rather recent times did the sanitation of European cities equal that of ancient Rome. The reason why technology has always seemed to progress is that until perhaps a century or two before the Industrial Revolution, most technology was small-scale technology. But most of the technology developed since the Industrial Revolution is organization-dependent technology. Take the refrigerator, for example. Without factory-made parts or the facilities of a post-industrial machine shop, it would be virtually impossible for a handful of local craftsmen to build a refrigerator. If by some miracle they did succeed in building one, it would be useless to them without a reliable source of electric power. So they would have to dam a stream and build a generator. Generators require large amounts of copper wire. Imagine trying to make that wire without modern machinery. And where would they get gas suitable for refrigeration? It would be much easier to build an ice house or preserve food by drying or picking, as was done before the invention of the refrigerator. So it is clear that if the industrial system were once thoroughly broken down, refrigeration technology would quickly be lost. The same is true of other organization-dependent technology. And once this technology had been lost for a generation or so, it would take centuries to rebuild it, just as it took centuries to build it the first time around. Surviving technical books would be few and scattered. An industrial society, if built from scratch without outside help, can only be built in a series of stages. You need tools to make tools to make tools to make tools. A long process of economic development and social organization is required. And, even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems not to have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. In the late Middle Ages, there were four main civilizations that were about equally advanced: Europe, the Islamic world, India, and the Far East, China, Japan, Korea. Three of those civilizations remained more or less stable, and only Europe became dynamic. No one knows why Europe became dynamic at that time. Historians have their theories, but these are only speculation. At any rate, it is clear that rapid development toward a technological form of society occurs only under special conditions, so there is no reason to assume that a long-lasting technological regression cannot be brought about. Would society eventually develop again toward an industrial technological form? Maybe, but there is no use in worrying about it since we can't predict or control events 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Those problems must be dealt with by the people who will live at that time. The danger of leftism. Because of their need for rebellion and for membership in a movement, leftists or persons of similar psychological type are often unattracted to a rebellious or activist movement whose goals and membership are not initially leftist. The resulting influx of leftish types can easily turn a non-leftist movement into a leftist one, so that leftist goals replace or distort the original goals of the movement. To avoid this, a movement that exalts nature and opposes technology must take a resolutely anti-leftist stance and must avoid all collaboration with leftists. Leftism is, in the long run, inconsistent with wild nature, with human freedom, and with the elimination of modern technology. Leftism is collectivist. It seeks to bind together the entire world, both nature and the human race, into a unified whole. But this implies management of nature and of human life by organized society, and it requires advanced technology. You can't have a united world without rapid transportation and communication. You can't make all people love one another without sophisticated psychological techniques. You can't have a planned society without the necessary technological base. Above all, leftism is driven by the need for power, and the leftist seeks power on the collective basis through identification with a mass movement or an organization. Leftism is unlikely to ever give up technology because technology is too valuable a source of collective power. The anarchist too seeks power, but he seeks it on an individual or small group basis. He wants individual and small groups to be able to control the circumstances of their own lives. He opposes technology because it makes small groups dependent on large organizations. Some leftists may seem to oppose technology, but they will oppose it only so long as they are outsiders and the technological system is controlled by non-leftists. If leftism ever becomes dominant in society so that the technological system becomes a tool in the hands of leftists, they will enthusiastically use it and promote its growth. In doing this, they will be repeating a pattern that leftism has shown again and again in the past. When the Bolsheviks in Russia were outsiders, they vigorously opposed censorship and the secret police. They advocated self-determination for ethnic minorities and so forth. But as soon as they came into power themselves, they imposed a tighter censorship and created a more ruthless secret police than any that had existed under the Tsars, and they oppressed ethnic minorities at least as much as the Tsars had done. In the United States a couple of decades ago, when leftists were a minority in our universities, leftist professors were vigorous proponents of academic freedom. But today, in those of our universities where leftists have become dominant, they have shown themselves ready to take away from everyone else's academic freedom. This is political correctness. The same will happen with leftists and technology. They will use it to oppress everyone else if they ever get it under their own control. In earlier revolutions, leftists of the most power-hungry type repeatedly have first cooperated with non-leftist revolutionaries, as well as with leftists of a more libertarian inclination, and later have double-crossed them to seize power for themselves. Robespierre did this in the French Revolution, the Bolsheviks did it in the Russian Revolution, the Communists did it in Spain in 1938, and Castro and his followers did it in Cuba. Given the past history of leftism, it would be utterly foolish for non-leftist revolutionaries today to collaborate with leftists. Various thinkers have pointed out that leftism is a kind of religion. Leftism is not a religion in the strictest sense because leftist doctrine does not postulate the existence of any supernatural being. But for the leftist, leftism plays a psychological role, much like that which religion plays for some people. The leftist needs to believe in leftism. His beliefs are not easily modified by logic or facts. He has a deep conviction that leftism is morally right with a capital R, and that he has not only a right but a duty to impose leftist morality on everyone. However, many of the people we are referring to as leftists do not think of themselves as leftists and would not describe their system of beliefs as leftism. We use the term leftism because we don't know of any better words to designate the spectrum of related creeds that includes the feminists, gay rights, political correctness, etc. movements, and because these movements have a strong affinity with the old left. Leftism is a totalitarian force. Wherever leftism is in a position of power, it tends to invade every private corner and force every thought into a leftist mold. In part, this is because of the quasi-religious character of leftism. Everything contrary to leftist beliefs represents sin. More importantly, leftism is a totalitarian force because of the leftist drive for power. The leftist seeks to satisfy his need for power through identification with a social movement, and he tries to go through the power process by helping to pursue and attain goals of that movement. But no matter how far the movement has gone in attaining its goals, the leftist is never satisfied because his activism is a surrogate activity. That is, the leftist's real motive is not to attain the ostensible goals of leftism. In reality, he is motivated by the sense of power he gets from struggling for and then reaching a social goal. Consequently, the leftist is never satisfied with the goals he has already attained. His need for the power process leads him always to pursue some new goal. The leftist wants equal opportunities for minorities. When that is attained, he insists on statistical equality of achievement by minorities. And as long as anyone harbors in some corner of his mind a negative attitude towards some minority, the leftist has to re-educate him. And ethnic minorities are not enough. No one can be allowed to have a negative attitude toward homosexuals, disabled people, fat people, old people, ugly people, and on and on and on. It is not enough that the public should be informed about the hazards of smoking. A warning has to be stamped on every package of cigarettes. Then cigarette advertising has to be restricted, if not banned. The activists will never be satisfied until tobacco is outlawed, and after that it will be alcohol, then junk food, etc. Activists have fought gross child abuse, which is reasonable, but now they want to stop all spanking. When they've done that, they will want to ban something else they consider unwholesome, and then another thing, and then another. They will never be satisfied until they have complete control over all child-rearing practices, and then they will move on to another cause. Suppose you asked leftists to make a list of all the things that were wrong with society. Then suppose you instituted every social change that they demanded. It is safe to say that within a couple years, the majority of leftists would find something new to complain about, some new social evil to correct, because once again, the leftist is motivated less by distress at society's ills than by the need to satisfy his drive for power by imposing his solutions on society. Because of the restrictions placed on their thoughts and behavior by their high level of socialization, many leftists of the over-socialized type cannot pursue power in the ways that other people do. For them, the drive for power has only one morally acceptable outlet, and that is in the struggle to impose their morality on everyone. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, are true believers in the sense of Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer. But not all true believers are of the same psychological type as leftists. Presumably, a true believing Nazi, for instance, is very different psychologically from a true believing leftist. Because of their capacity for single-minded devotion to a cause, true believers are a useful, perhaps necessary ingredient of any revolutionary movement. This presents a problem with which we must admit we don't know how to deal. We aren't sure how to harness the energies of the true believer to a revolution against technology. At present, all we can say is that no true believer will make a safe recruit to the revolution unless his commitment is exclusively to the destruction of technology. If he is committed also to another ideal, he may want to use technology as a tool for pursuing that other ideal. Some readers may say, this stuff about leftism is a lot of crap. I know John and Jane who are leftish types, and they don't have all these totalitarian tendencies. It's quite true that many leftists, possibly even a numerical majority, are decent people who sincerely believe in tolerating others' values, up to a point, and wouldn't want to use high-handed methods to reach their social goals. Our remarks about leftism are not meant to apply to every individual leftist, but to describe the general character of leftism as a movement. And the general character of a movement is not necessarily determined by the numerical proportions of the various kinds of people involved in the movement. The people who rise to positions of power in leftist movements tend to be leftists of the most power-hungry type, because power-hungry people are those who strive hardest to get into positions of power. Once the power-hungry types have captured control of the movement, there are many leftists of a gentler breed who inwardly disapprove of many of the actions of the leaders, but cannot bring themselves to oppose them. They need their faith in the movement, and because they cannot give up this faith, they go along with the leaders. True, some leftists do have the guts to oppose the totalitarian tendencies that emerge, but they generally lose because the power-hungry types are better organized, are more ruthless and Machiavellian, and have taken care to build themselves a strong power base. These phenomena appeared clearly in Russia and other countries that were taken over by leftists. Similarly, before the breakdown of communism in the USSR, leftish types in the West would seldom criticize that country. If prodded, they would admit that the USSR did many things wrong, but then they would try to find excuses for the communists and begin talking about the faults of the West. They always opposed Western military resistance to communist aggression. Leftish types all over the world vigorously protested the U.S. military action in Vietnam, but when the USSR invaded Afghanistan, they did nothing. Not that they approved of the Soviet actions, but because of their leftist faith, they just couldn't bear to put themselves in opposition to communism. Today, in those of our universities where political correctness has become dominant, there are probably many leftish types who privately disapprove of the suppression of academic freedom, but they go along with it anyway. Thus, the fact that many individual leftists are personally mild and fairly tolerant people by no means prevents leftism as a whole from having a totalitarian tendency. Our discussion of leftism has a serious weakness. It is still far from clear what we mean by the word leftist. There doesn't seem to be much we can do about this. Today, leftism is fragmented into a whole spectrum of activist movements, yet not all activist movements are leftist, and some activist movements, for example, radical environmentalism, seem to include both personalities of the leftist type and personalities of thoroughly unleftist types who ought to know better than to collaborate with leftists. Varieties of leftists fade out gradually into varieties of non-leftists, and we ourselves would often be hard-pressed to decide whether a given individual is a leftist or not a leftist. To the extent that it is defined at all, our conception of leftism is defined by the discussion of it that we have given in this article, and we can only advise the reader to use his own judgment in deciding who is a leftist. But it will be helpful to list some criteria for diagnosing leftism. These criteria cannot be applied in a cut-and-dried manner. Some individuals may meet some criteria without being leftists, and some leftists may not meet any of the criteria. Again, you just have to use your judgment. The leftist is oriented towards large-scale collectivism. He emphasizes the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. He has a negative attitude toward individualism. He often takes a moralistic tone. He tends to be for gun control, for sex education and other psychologically enlightened educational methods, for social planning, for affirmative action, for multiculturalism. He tends to identify with victims. He tends to be against competition and against violence, but he often finds excuses for those leftists who do commit violence. He is fond of using the common catchphrases of the left like racism, sexism, homophobia, capitalism, imperialism, neocolonialism, genocide, social change, social justice, social responsibility. Maybe the best diagnostic trait of the leftist is his tendency to sympathize with the following movements: feminism, gay rights, ethnic rights, disability rights, animal rights, political correctness. Anyone who strongly sympathizes with all of these movements is most certainly a leftist. The more dangerous leftists, that is, those who are most power hungry, are often characterized by arrogance or a dogmatic approach to ideology. However, the most dangerous leftists of all may be certain over-socialized types who avoid irritating displays of aggressiveness and refrain from advertising their leftism, but work quietly and unobtrusively to promote collectivist values, enlightened psychological techniques for socializing children, dependence of the individual on the system, and so forth. These crypto-leftists, as we may call them, approximate certain bourgeois types as far as practical action is concerned, but differ from them in psychology, ideology, and motivation. The ordinary bourgeois tries to bring people under the control of the system in order to protect his way of life, or he does so simply because his attitudes are conventional. The crypto-leftist tries to bring people under control of the system because he is a true believer in a collectivist ideology. The crypto-leftist is differentiated from the average leftist of the over-socialized type by the fact that his rebellious impulse is weaker and he is more securely socialized. He is differentiated from the ordinary well-socialized bourgeois by the fact that there is some deep lack within him that makes it necessary for him to devote himself to a cause and immerse himself in a collectivity. And maybe his well-sublimated drive for power is stronger than that of the average bourgeois. Final note. Throughout this article, we've made imprecise statements, and statements that ought to have had all sorts of qualifications and reservations attached to them. And some of our statements may be flatly false. Lack of sufficient information and the need for brevity made it impossible for us to formulate our assertions more precisely or add all the necessary qualifications. And of course, in a discussion of this kind, one must rely heavily on intuitive judgment, and that can sometimes be wrong. So we don't claim that this article expresses more than a crude approximation of the truth. All the same, we are reasonably confident that the general outlines of the picture we have painted here are roughly correct. Just one weak point needs to be mentioned. We have portrayed leftism in its modern form as a phenomenon peculiar to our time and as a symptom of the disruption of the power process. But we might possibly be wrong about this. Over-socialized types who try to satisfy their drive for power by imposing their morality on everyone have certainly been around for a long time. But we think that the decisive role played by feelings of inferiority, low self-esteem, powerlessness, identification with victims by people who are not themselves victims, is a peculiarity of modern leftism. Identification with victims by people not themselves victims can be seen to some extent in 19th century leftism and in early Christianity, but as far as we can make out, symptoms of low self-esteem, etc., were not nearly so evident in these movements or in any other movements as they are in modern leftism. But we are not in a position to assert confidently that no such movements have existed prior to modern leftism. This is a significant question to which historians ought to give their attention. Be sure to check out Syllogism Podcast Episode 5 for our analysis on this manuscript. And if you enjoyed this reading, do me a solid, like and subscribe. effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of a society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration, to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a massive propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog. and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent. And in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When
It is kind of a funny story. He lives in a 4x2 glass box. It reminds me of my head. I wish my floor would have rocks, but it's covered with puddles instead. If I could be him, life would be great. I could erase this permanent frown. I wouldn't even be held down by my own weight. I woke up, walked to the tank to hear his thoughts on yesterday. How was it, I asked, and after a tap on the glass, he looked my way, then gave me this depressed expression and pressed his best just to say, besides the tides and the gray skies, it was okay. And I said, hey, Mr. Fish, you get all that you wish. You got nothing to complain about while hanging out in this bitch. And he replied, well, existence is bliss. There's so much that you miss. Besides, get off the trip. Happiness is just a myth. I said, living in water is extremely more peaceful than life. And finding with mind blinded by the evil. I'm forced to see through these two people. It seems to redeem freedom not being limited by walls. But that only means I qualify as ground for the sky when it falls. That only means I qualify as ground for the sky when it falls. That only means I qualify as ground for the sky when it falls. That only means I qualify as ground for the sky when it falls. But Mr. Fish just laughed as I went on and on and on. So I interrupted his chuckle, putting up my middle finger. And he boldly told me it's too bad I'm such a thinker. So arrogantly I asked, how could someone think too much? He added that insanity lingers and thoughts brought me to the brink of such. He said you live inside a head that reminds me of my glass box. And everyone's the same, all brains are contained by a reality frame. And change with the rain, it's trained not to change. And once you see what I've explained, you hit the jackpot. Yeah, and at that very moment, it was like my eyes really opened. The air that previously surrounded me was now an ocean, still totally invisible except for minor pieces of debris. The Mr. Fish pushed up to the glass and he looked just like me. My whole world spun around, I didn't understand, but I realized I was no longer a man. So I thought about what he said and asked him what was going on. And he said, you didn't know it, but you were the fish all along. He said, congratulations, you did it, you broke free. You're just a fish, like the rest of humanity. Now it took me a long time to get adjusted to this tank, but now I know what I am. And so to that man I give thanks. I've always lived inside this glass box, it reminds him of his head. It just goes to show you that your mind is your own monster. Reality's what you make it, and if you take it away, you're just a fish like me, swimming in the powdered water. If someone grew up in a cubicle, as Plato once suggested, they would only know the cubicle and not the world outside it. And they wouldn't view the cubicle as something geometric. We only know it's a cubicle because we live outside. Now the one inside the cubicle can't comprehend its measurements, because measurements are models made of for and by observers relative to their position on the outside of the cubicle to understand objectively so they can study further. If I grew up in a cubicle, the walls limit my universe. I have no knowledge of the entirety like the outsiders do. If you follow what I say and can swallow the powdered water, close your eyes and open your mind. This one's for you. The brain equals a cubicle. We'll never think outside it. I decided why to try to tie a diagram or modify it. I'm a man that's a hybrid of a body, a pirate of a soul that can fly without control. Realize the brain takes in 6 billion signals per second, most of which are hidden and not given to the senses. We're limited to a few futile primitive tools of perception, living in a universal pool of first-hand deception. The mind's job is to receive the signals and block out the ones that don't coincide with encrypted symbols. That way the information you obtain is recognized. Reality is thinkable and comparable to space and time. It makes a map of the territory that gives us the topic of the Copenhagen interpretation of modern quantum physics. We states we don't know the meal, we only know the menu that our brain tells us is real. We don't know the rules of our heads. From inside these cubicles we can't see the truth. No one really knows exactly what happens when we think, therefore we can never really ever know anything. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You got the right to think, don't think about it, just do it. This is the consciousness revolution. You I'm plagued by a yet to be defined mind disorder. Symptoms include illusion, losing the tissue and fluid that borders the bruise, contorted to lose core of my aura, among other things that clutter dreams, and suddenly pull my swollen puppet strings, hold and clutch my utterly insecure back, pedaling, please pour the powdered water from the kettle and load my cup full of adrenaline. Now I can settle in tough, tight, between sheetrock and crushed ice. She knocked, but I never let her in, despite the fact she looked nice in black sediment. My head isn't twisted upright, it leans lopsided, but eerie enough, I still treasure it dearly. Born in a vocal booth, I hope to own the moon with no excuse, soon to be the groom to a tune close to you. Sailed the true stale ocean blue in 8 months, but corrosion grew for 8 months, and a Trojan threw a fake punch and a crow to fool him. I've sold my sanctuary, thank you very much. Buried all I carried for a vocabulary rush, and I don't wanna be around when the cherry busts, cause when it does the subtle flood all of a mirror. Huh, it might have been all over if you were to barely thrust, but you got greedy, punched her too deep, and now she's scared of trust. But who can you trust anyway? Every opinion's dated by an experience, making thought a response to memory. I am my enemy, can't pick my way out of this penitentiary, or break the condition humanity's mechanically accepted for centuries. It's the water, is it real? How does it make you feel? Being endlessly dependent on external crutches and shields. Sleepwalking through the dust-covered fields, haunted by the taunted souls of those who kept the seals closed. I've stretched the distance and pushed the envelope. This song's become an endless note for all women and men with hope. Open your eyes, you no longer can float. You're sinking and drinking the powdered water, gon' make you choke.
Yeah, nigga. NY to Philly. What y'all niggas feel like? Drama?
Cool G and Connor.
Jedi mind. That's the case, nigga. You know the dawn on with 16, and I do harm for this big cream, the whips and the carrots, but like the Knicks and the Mavericks, slipping the fabrics, pull up with some big shit, the tennis shit, hitting the hazards, spot a bitch with that Chris habit. Gotta have it, fuck shorty, it's in the OT with a brick in the baggage, throw where the club's at, slip with a rabbit, chick only lick dick status to get cabbage, she can lab it to the Dick Baptist, who back on the map, Giancana with a fingers, it's drama to the finish, put the llama to your appendix, it's squeezing the slug, gunpowder season your blood, I'm a legend, breathing the reason you thug, nigga, it's where the buck stops, fuck props, fuck shots to the top, money, what the fuck you forgot, thought I was done, wasn't touching the block, still real busting the Glock, put it where you can see it, what up now? Yeah. Yo, what's the motherfucking gap to this? Y'all believe lies like y'all was Catholics. I rap in Arabic, so my message is just immaculate. My rap elaborate, Rick of 40 can blaze a sack to it. My aim is accurate, take your brain and blow out the back of it. I'm salty, miserable cat that slap shorties. Looks kinda resemble that, a fat party. I don't even clap, young boy, he clap for me. Chain hang down on my dick, I'm that gaudy. I don't even fuck with you cat, you rap poorly. I don't even bucket you cat, you that corny. Hit a whack on me. We barking at you, and Vinny Paz hold a hammer like a carpenter do. You should understand that I ain't really fucking around. And if you don't, you're gonna find your body stuck in the ground. We bucking them down, cause that's how wrong my life is. Y'all don't understand how fucking strong my wife is. I'm from a time where every song was righteous, before rap was just a swarm of white kids. And y'all are witness to the dawn of heightness, or just another victim to the pawns and shysters. I feed your corpse to a swarm of vipers, let them suck the blood till your form is lifeless. What? Fucking Vinny Paz, daddy. Jedi mind tricks. Yeah. G-Rap Giancana, Jedi mind. Y'all niggas know. Vinny Paz. Y'all fucking running with words. The fucking legend. My nigga Stoop on the track. Yeah, enemy of mankind, you feel me? It's just the fucking beginning, motherfuckers. We're back at this mother.
Yeah. There he goes with his guinea charm and olive oil voice. Wrecking machine and I'm hungry to pot or boil twice. Not a royal life, so I rip on feds. Since the days of jumpsuits with the slip-on kids. And with that said, when Vic's on edge, I need a second to manage, weapon to brandish. Step and threaten the man, it's like your head's a paintbrush. How it's next to the canvas. This is action, not words. Def Leppard advantage, you lack the minerals and vitamins. Syllable Leviathan Vic. Playing rappers as if the fiddles are violins. I am ready, who said he ain't? Plenty of penny lanes. When you're almost famous, your brain is like the stainless with steady aim. And I know many came and went acting like escorts. The next boss, all the previous leaders are X'd off. And the best part about kids, they know they ain't gotta pay Kareem to see a big KO. But hey yo, it's Giancana Costello, something to be a part of. Hire a psychic and still ain't gonna see tomorrow. Yeah.
Cool G-Rap. Cool G-Rap. Cool G-Rap. Yeah, you know your boy ride dirty like Little John in the East Side Boys click. Run on the big boy, see what the boy click. 3-5-4 heaters, 4-5 blow creepers. Dumping they jumping like Mexican beans. Mean Big Smith and West with a beam. Don't take a lot of effort to lean. We spin niggas like parade batons. My apron on, chef's hat, cat, send me heat, saline, beef like filet mignon. When I pull up a shot of your whip, it ain't with Grey Poupon. And that EMS niggas better have their safe coupons. 3 pound need
to be Chinese, it's way too long. Got the collard greens camouflage, the name Butch on. Squeeze on the trigger like a silly buddy. Kid, you know we get gully. Front on my click, a little Vic, catch a clip, buddy. Niggas party round down, bitches shit bubbly. Nigga clown around the click, I put your click in huggies. KGR, niggas. Yeah. I see a change, it be the same, I'm so ready to blow. Free the lanes up, speak with the heathens, make up. I just been watching the clock tick. She popping, no stopping Vic. Stay mobile and dropping fists. Who the fuck you boxing with? I'm saying no pot to piss in that ass. It's not for kissing, for kicking the competition. That's Vic, and apocalypse is upon us. I'm honest, Nostradamus type of writing. For the millions like my grandpapa, they gave him life for trying. Pop Prozac for the shit I might write. Don't hold back when I make my own tracks, like Excite Bike. So run your mouth and meet the next Clint. Catch a living street dreams and wake up when they get pinched. Think of Vic if a king exists. Peasants biting on my lyrics like dead skin on their fingertips. Bring a wrist to slit or sing a quick verse, whistling past the cemetery, little Vic curse.
A modern day Marvel, but terrible, better horrible. When he grabbed the mic from Sun and crushed up all his metacarpals, he said he ain't mean it, totally by accident. After the show, he didn't follow where y'all taxi went. Will this be available on Wax Axe Max Mill? They all in opposition to his ass whack tax bill, but will it pass the Senate? Slumlord Tenant and the super like 1A. Have a fun stay. One day, he planned to put in a runway with enough land from his own projects and gunplay. Section 8 penthouse made look like Faye Dunaway. A lot of y'all ass out like gay runaway. It's how they say semi-risque. All day, every day, give out Emmys the quick way. Have the average MC say, give me a sick day. They really ain't got shit to say like Timmy McVeigh. Get a hunch, a real ragtag bunch. In school he kept a do-rag in a bag lunch, just to eat heads on some breakdance shit and spit. He writ this skit in Sanskrit. If the pants fit, sport them, but rock and roll. Your man like Rollo on the slow, can't knock it though. It's like the same hustle, bro, two knuckles slow. Tucked in the Tigre, just let the name buckle show. Good googly moogly, see that loogie? Yeah, keep it on the DL Hughley. You don't watch her, he might house her like Doogie. Just to cut a loosey like Mitsurugi. Gooey gumdrops, who he got his style from his pops. You gotta give the bum some props. Ask his sister, her beatbox is more thicker. Doom that nigga, detox with more liquor. Villain for hire, admire the sound. Make sure the price is right before he come on down. Rappers be on some you. Forgot who they talking to. Too much pork stew. They need to not come out with nothing new. Blew the whole shit up on some what this button do. Doom cheat the game like walkthrough. Run them, son them like Mr. Walk do tattoo. The way a lot of clowns get down is unnatural. This flow flip like oranges, apples. Rhymes is like lime, lemonade, snapple. Leave it at the chapel, don't eat scrapple. First thing they notice when they come to is they bling is gone. Then they start remembering the Klingon with the rings on. In came the villain with the old gear like hi there. Y'all play the rear, this whole year, my year. Metal face beard like Brillo pad. Y'all know his still old, so don't feel so bad. See, he called him old dad, the one the old hoe had. Knew he was a winner since swimmer in the gonads. Okay, pal, pay him like PayPal, so we can be A-OK, not okay corral. I think today I'll make the ladies say ow. And maybe fuck around, take a bow now. Who made his first meal and still carry razor blades? Used to be straight A's and still made the grade. Retarded ass, how you get cash so fast? Yeah, after last left back in the retarded class. should've went to Bosa's. Watch him off closely. Who he think he's supposed to be? Villain who always winning. At least stay consistent. Find him where that bitch went. Get a room, pitch a tent. Yo, Max, yo, change that beat, yo. You got another one? Nah, yo.
like it here. Talk to me.
Niggas dead on arrival, hand on the Bible. Bet I be the last nigga that you ever lied to. What nigga lying you when anybody round you? Life's no value, take a look around you. All we see is dead people, we're all thirst equal. Look at the Grim Reaper, repo life, take yours and that's that. And damn near do anything for more stacks. With all that said, they walking without that. But that did said, you fool without rats. Who the livest nigga, we pick him out of the batch. Wash him up, song about it, this is savage rap. Throw an H on your chest, nigga, handle that. Tryna figure where you sleep, I had your man do that. It's a cold world, nervy, you not rocking the thermal. Keep your mouth shut, especially when shit don't concern you. I got goons, I'm Troy Ave down to Fran Lewis. Anybody fucking with snitches, we call it rag grooming. Yeah, so you could keep that moving. I'm all niggas for death, don't let me start tattooing.
First a dynasty break up, now every day I wake up. Rappers want me to prove I can still bang something. Like cousin turned punk all of a sudden. Like suddenly I'm soft like erectile dysfunction. You niggas is truly bugging, trying to act all fly. But y'all crabs on my ball sack, hitching free rides. I know you try and use me for publicity. Use a stunt man, jump into the fire, use a beast. Use the illest nigga in Omaha, you take me for an easy lick. I see you real naive, yeah, you powered by lithium, all charged up. Plus that Superman juice got you feeling it. Yo, niggas wanna move on me and make history and make TMZ. And this is 50, that's the kamikaze mission, I'm commander-in-chief. You hit Obama, guess what happened to you after you swing? Hey, yo, dog shit, you play yourself, you gon' get curved. I'll let you know right now, whatever it is you heard from these bird-ass thugs, stay chirping my name. You get yourself heard bad, push me to display strength, power, force. What is it that you thought? I'll be lying in my songs? Nigga, I'm a boss, you deal with my employees. I got a couple freelance niggas that enjoy me. Niggas won't play chess, I don't even play games. But I do got a few queens niggas stay banging. 5-star flags, 6-star rags. I will drop bodies, but I'd rather drop bags. You should know the bandana dawn. Run rap marathon tracks around any rapper. They never last long. That's why they always won't go at me. They know they want the top slot. They gotta beat the top dog.
I can't break dance, I can't do graffiti. I'm no DJ, but guess what element PB? Wordsmith, I spit words slick. Observe this, professional poet. You know that the verse sick. Nigga, I will murk you, resurrect you in 3 days and say I rebirthed you, feed you, slap you on the back and burp you. My partner a monster, watch what the lurch do. Stop looking at me crazy for an autograph, for the fucking auto blast. Hey, benevolent rap cat, 100% real nigga, the president half that. The first universally hymns touch you. The first university Timbuktu. Healthy cat with the sick heat, reppin' the mass destruction production from Jit Beach.
Moneyball J.R., rap not a singer. Chip beats daily, fat Hovey baby. Fuck you, pay me. Solange at my baby. Kick niggas daily. Love bitches crazy. Fuck y'all rappers, y'all all lazy. I'm the greatest, I'm the pavement. Your shit right, it's not underrated. Yo, a matter of fact, it's not an understatement. Yo, I gotta go, I gotta motherfucking go. This shit is the bomb. This shit's the bomb. That's what a nigga say when I fuck your mom. I am the latest, I am the greatest. Drug dealers and skaters that sell coke to your people. We are no equal. I am the evil. Now best believe me. Cholesterol extra greasy. I salute y'all haters, and this foul is motherfucking blatant. Greatness.
My verse is vocally dope, so I'ma hopefully wait, he ain't dope like me, don't fuck with my dopamine, no. He more than locally, so he going globally. Poetry got the potency, knowingly say your rosary long as he never disrespects me, dog. I guess we could, you wish you could, but it be so smart like pushing Suge Knight. Lights out right now, tell them who I be, it's 1MT. I'm in your hood like the engine on a V12. You missed him proof like D12, come on the track and derailed. He wanted to test me, he failed. I'm punching pilot deep nails, crucify my enemies. On your knees, beg me please. It's in my jeans like dungarees. Beat him, leave him, bleed him. He's just too much to handle. Light a candle, I don't know. You're going nowhere, got no pitch like you were letting 50 throw. Oh, like a MacBook, so got that apple in my hand. Snapple fact, I'm a pro.
Hey, Joe Ubats. Who's watching your cable over there? Don't stick it in like you used to, pal.
I lost a few rounds.
You lost more than a few I was watching.
How's your shortstop friend Butchie doing?
Come on, relax, Butchie. Calm down.
What about you? You coming with me? Yeah, I'm coming with you, mother.
My shooter really do this with the Uzi in Jerusalem. During Shavuot is looking like a Jewish Huey Lewis. Speedboats off the Greek coast, sweet grass, sweet toast. She had a mean ass and a deep throat. A drug dealer's peripheral, a nipple full of sniffable Dominican blow. Was called Chrissy Snow. Three's companies an 8-ball. BB did the beagle in the back boot seated with the deagle. We revolutionized the crack deal. Make the workers rock their titties out so they can't steal. I'm a champagne problem on the beer budget. In other words, I'm a problem you can't afford to fuck with. Hit with bullets, respond with warheads. My God versus your God until we all dead. My Gucci costs more than your entire life. Buy it twice, my drip like the eyes of a crying Christ. Playing roulette and Russian with a full clip. If you survive the rush, it's like sniffing the full brick. Never mind the baking soda, but your favorite Coca. Fuck G.I. Joe, you should know not to play with soldiers. Playing roulette and Russian with a full clip. If you survive the rush, it's like sniffing the full brick. Never mind the baking soda, but your favorite Coca. Fuck G.I. Joe, you should know not to play with soldiers.
You already know, Pan Am flying the gram suppliers. Pro gun handles, solid top, brand attire. Open fire on any man in them sandals tries. Problem solving, revolver got the answer buyers. Done deals with kingpins, shook the hands of sires. Big amounts, Swiss accounts when they handle wires. Bands tied up and land deals with mansion buyers. Man on fire, my life what every man desire. Lady vampires that blow like the standing choirs. Glance twice or something nice, that's a chance for hire. He run ice cream machines like the brand of Briars. Bitch of magazine covers with the Phantom buyer. Pablo Escobar, Safari, nigga, Panthers, Tigers. Serious Cypher, cigar blowing with old Joers. He turned farmers from goat herders to boat loaders. Saved young girls from rape pillars. Guerrilla warfare when soldiers came to take the village. Now they safe and sound, found them behind the gates of village. Chefs making steaks and skillets. Gorgeous and grown up, the shapes the illest. Lingerie on the made of lace and silk shit. Take no time to milk a face and the pillow, I blaze and kill it. Bulgari face light, razor billions. G and Bill, we at the billions. Benjamin Bill's caked in the millions.
Playing roulette and Russian with a full clip. If you survive the rush, it's like sniffing the full brick. Never mind the baking soda, but your favorite Coca. Fuck G.I. Joe, you should know not to play with soldiers. Playing roulette and Russian with a full clip. If you survive the rush, it's like sniffing the full brick. Never mind the baking soda, but your favorite Coca. Fuck G.I. Joe, you should know not to play with soldiers.
1, 2. Yeah. Impeccable Group War Commission. Clean your ears out. Scaramanga. Godfather Don. Word. Word up. You know what I'm saying? Word out. Yo, money. Understand this right here. Besides favors, I supply majors, hustle side wages from John Baker to Clive Davis, host connected by fly pages, eye-caters, the millionaire alumni players. Your operation just run by haters. Son, my papers run long like the Mississippi. Group war clips keep ice chips real crispy. Dimes wanna kiss me, don't just lip read. How I'ma kick these pro lines till on Dick Reed. Indie chicks winning 3 whips. Motorcade black, coach made paid men spin for 3 bits. Hop on the evening, breathing fully. Ice sleeve mean a woolly. Round the neck and act like a pulley. My ear itching, carrots glisten. Got a 50 piston engine from Magnum. Now the jag stay racked up, cat stays packed up. But when cats act up, get clacked up and cracked up. Got the brick wrapped up after act with up, relaxed it up. Mac with a half like Farrah, Irie Cara looker like type height. Difference between us, she like the glass pipe, I like the dude tailpipe. V12 it mean wealth, the power has kept her high by the hour. I'm the manager. I separate the power from the hand of the innocent when the intent is to experiment. Resuscitated Karen and Erica from a thorough blend of heroin. The game has never been illuminated as these times. 99 crime and the subconscious mind. You a conquer spine in the populace. On the metropolis, I clock monsters dying. For real, Group War Commission, scaring brass, counting money. Did you get it? Roll with it. My soul did it. For cash, I'm cold with it. You glow for a minute, I glow for a fitted. Hoes like ice and a wide body 600 tinted. Chrome rented, backseat get that big end in it. It's my hygienic, identic 5% swimming and 5 live women. I'd rather get high living, that's my mission.
I see my word side counting this green, loud and obscene. Duckies busting out of the scene, shouting my team. Foul styles out and you clean, my dogs love it. The way you rip yours, fuck it, get all public. Lands come with the snub quick, hold you down on some thug shit. I spit it in your mug, sick with roughness, you get it twisted. This kid gets ballistic, we standing over your ass, screaming, it ain't my fault. Like this mystic, right type hieroglyphics, light hydro wicked, with some hand in your mic title with it. Get it? Motherfuckers, niggas running for cover, ducking something to stuff us suckers. Get licked when it tastes good, so I make hoods. Jimmy Speck like 8 shook, snakes could lick mine. Niggas want to get mine, get 9s. All up in your spit iron, you with 9? Used to call me Godfather, call me Brass. Talk off of my cash, got rappers wanting part of my ass. On some gay shit, we can do this. What to play with? You niggas writing rhymes better understand the basics.
Garrett, Godfather done a die harder one. Sun, ice, platinum, front, blunt, opener. Do you know who's scoping ya? I only flow with my fellow heirs. Mellow, debonair, Fred Astaire, type millionaire, billionaire, inherited, plaques official, merited, Derringer, straight direct stare. Compared to the sun, I hurt your eyes, covered them, bubble from, holding new chips, blowing new whips, out at 170, wings heavenly, pumping my melody, remix, G-Wit, motherfuckers y'all never be with, on PC scene with a fiendish dream, just a scheme till you believe it, achieve it, chance get left sleeveless, I eat with pigs, sharks, and elephants, but hard I never been in doubt, my pen clap, McMahon been out, I spin out like a NASCAR, as far as Vermont, my swerve on gets hurt on, work on, y'all slept on, worst on the posse cut, even bitches envy my riches, I'm a flossy nut, so copy these cuts, so y'all can copy us, I do this for God we trust, the lie be dust, y'all slob the guts, my job to bust, and that painfully obvious, Poppy plus I never rock this unless it's properly crushed, DWC, got hot property, monopoly lust, you know it's first, last, and third, yo, it's gotta be us, Garrett Brass, counting money, did you get it? Roll with it, my soul did it, for cash I'm cold with it, you glow for a minute, I glow for a minute, hoes like ice, and the wide body 600 tinted, chrome rented, back to get that big indented, it's my hygienic, identic, 5%, swimming in 5 live women, I'd rather get high living, that's my mission, GWC, can't no younger figure in the game tell me nothing, you get fit in size, recognize, group or enterprise, flip the bigger dinner pies, you in the dinner spots, brass and scarab, be the synagogues with 100 you, son of you, running crews off of NY dirt, can I work? Word up, you know what I'm saying? Do this for speedboats and Genos, word up, when the shit is shot out, my man Big Lance, my man Hab, you know what I'm saying? My man CD, Chris Dog, you know what I'm saying? Group War, word up, I fit yours, you know what I'm saying? Official, word up, we hit yours, you know what I'm saying? Check this out, word up, WC.
Stroke, 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 stroke.
mind speaks mathematics. Sometimes I feel English is a poor translation of my heart's palpitations. That's why I give it to you quarter notes at a time, so that my rhymes are aided by body gyrations. But now it's like each hymn ain't nothing but a word with countless synonyms. Where should I begin with them? Every sentence is a jail bed locking me into bars of meaning with so much space between them, and it's all real. If I took a little bit of time to reflect on the unreal, my brain might peel off my mind to reveal this Pegasus, Spreewell, wholesale, fairy tale, echo in the conch shell. But why say it if you can't see it? I could call it abstract and say take what you want from it. I could do that all day till my tongue goes numb from it. But see what good will come from it. I got something to say, I can't run from it. I gotta confront it. I can't watch while this music that taught me so much as a child grows louder every day, but the world grows dumb from it. So every line that I draw from my pen that shapes a letter that makes a word that feeds a verse is a swim for home, a place for infinite styles, but it feels like 9,000 miles. So I stroke through the Atlantic, stroke through the Pacific, stroke through the Indian, stroke through the Arctic, stroke through the cold current, stroke through the warm current, stroke through the fair and the foul for 9,000 miles. Stroke like you're swimming from the sharks and the slave ship. Stroke from the suicide jump to a brave trip. Stroke like you see the shoreline in the distance. Stroke like if you don't, you'll drown in the instant. Stroke, so here we are again, the same space in mind, but now we in a different place at a different time, a different taste to a different rhyme, with so many flavors to embrace. I can't waste the line, so I'm going for self with no hesitation, cause my self-expression is my self-preservation. My skills pay bills to fulfill my will, to do for others what I do for myself, like motivation through verses. If it wasn't virtual conversation on the pros and the cons of a real situation, inspired by my knowledge of self-determination to ease the frustrations of miseducation. Inspires God music from eye, taking your eye from trials and tribulations to kingdom and the patience. That's why our path is beaten by beats made from good vibrations, passed down for generations on a stroke through the Atlantic, stroke through the Pacific, stroke through the Indian, stroke through the Arctic, stroke through the cold current, stroke through the warm current, stroke through the fair and the foul for 9,000 miles. Stroke like you're swimming from the sharks and the slave ship. Stroke from a suicide jump to a brave trip. Stroke like you see the shoreline in the distance. Stroke like if you don't, you'll drown in the instant. Stroke, I get hyped, I get home at night, I get a beat in my head, I get my book to write, I get writer's block, I get so stressed that I get no rhymes from it just to get rest. I get frustrated from this whole world mess, so when I got to get the bad air out my chest, I get on the mic and strive to be the best. But it's not just the flow, there's more to the test. I gotta spit like there's no time to waste, spit like I can't take away this life taste, spit for rebellion, spit for resistance, spit for accuracy, spit for distance. I can't just spit that shit you can market, even though I know we got the same target. And I can't just spit that old rhetoric, I gotta spit what's 10 steps ahead of it. I gotta spit for the life of my kids, and not just the next meal from my next deal. I feel like these rhymes can shape tomorrow, so they can walk through it with a little less sorrow. I gotta spit out the mouthpiece protection, and stick and move these lines to perfection. I gotta spit shit no one ever thought of, spit like I'm a choke on the salt water when I stroke through the Atlantic, stroke through the Pacific, stroke through the Indian, stroke through the Arctic, stroke through the cold current, stroke through the warm current, stroke through the fair and the foul for 9,000 miles. Stroke like you're swimming from the sharks and the slave ship. Stroke from a suicide jump to a brave trip. Stroke like you see the shoreline in the distance. Stroke like if you don't, you'll drown in the instant. Stroke.
Yeah. Electric lady. Yeah. This is an interactive tale of a computer hacker, a man and a female android named Andromeda. I was in the lab, minding my own business. Up comes the email. Oh man, what is this? Who is it now? A totally interactive situation. You said you need the alienation information. A computer hacker by the name of Andromeda is carrying the virus that can blow the whole matrix up. I'm transforming. Sound waves metamorphing, my secret identity unknown to the public. Cyber Christ 101270, computer cowboy. Act like you heard of me, if not, I'll put the laser beam dots on the right spot. Your ring goes flash.
Codename the Black Crow. Transmission comes in. Access for 1968. I activate the programs. The Nova Link sinks into the microchip sands. I'm from the Institution for Advanced Professional Training for Scientific Visualization. I'm getting strange blips on my screen. Windows up. I'm that cyberpunk that transmits laser guided streams of digital images. 100,000 mirrors of the disc. The AOL to the MCI, the FCC to the AT&T. The cybernetic sisters on my CD-ROM. Alienation transmute powers on.
Cybernetic sister, electric lady. Future used to be so bright, and now it's looking shady.
I materialize on the 6th Avenue. That's the way of America. Freaks on West 4th Manhattan. New Babylonia is happening all over again. I seen the group sin at the Lion's Den. Andromeda was in cybernetic freaky deaky effect mode. That's when I quickly activated my holographic cloak. Riding you through cyberspace would be so very nice. But I heard tales of 1,000 men who couldn't pay Andromeda's price. Why should I sacrifice myself for the system? Information highway ain't never been my way. I'm a rebel with a pause. Delete Andromeda, the choice is now yours.
I need the virtual reality visor. Give me sight beyond seeing the megabyte and the megabit. Futuristic, metaphysical tech tricks. As information transmits the drama through the fiber optic line. The IBM 3000 computer is very deep. There's no escape in cyberspace. We can see computers all over the place. Big Brother 1-9 coming soon to a reality towards you. Until that time, the hackers keep hacking. The illegal acting is what's backing my highway information. Plus my internet says I can. You know I can, yes I can because I overstand.
Cybernetic sister, electric lady. Future used to be so bright, now it's looking shady.
We're both hopped on the cyber disc to Andromeda's residence. She had enough electric cats that smolded dead president's operation. Hardware 1, track down the hacker, but she's still on the run. What's that you say? Put these goggles on my face. She wants to totally interact with me in cyberspace.
Are you ready?
Computer love, microchip fantasy, cyber sex, and virtual reality. Caution.
Climaxing with Andromeda may cause total out-of-body experience due to pleasure beyond man's reach.
The OBX.
Enter at your own risk.
I'm in the matrix now. As I search for the cybernetic chip, I wonder where it went. I have to search the file. So much memory to scan, but little time is spent. My network says that I have enough megs. In other words, my power is like a supernova. Enough of that getting over.
I finally rolled over out the bed, ran my fingers through my dress and started yawning. It's morning, and we both slept the night away in cyberspace. Information highway is where it took place. Cybernetic anthropomorphic machinery almost got the best of me, but Neo-Rito via me when the rhythm, I'm never giving up. I cyberpunk Andromeda so hard the microchip blew up. Let me collect myself, I turned my head and just as soon she dematerialized into an object in the room. I never ever found her, but the matrix is safe. Somewhere some deep down in my heart I'm gonna be Andromeda's slave for eternity. It's that cybernetic sister, electric lady.
Future used to be so bright,
now it's looking shady.
Cybernetic sister, electric lady. Future used to be so bright,
now it's looking shady.
Yeah. Yeah. Stop with all the blasphemies and you will face catastrophe. My crown shine precise with the princess cut masterpiece through the bullseye. I'm like Crow with the crossbow. I symbolize death like a skull and crossbones. Non-believers get hit with assault heaters. Most dicks are lame like saltpeter. I'ma shake your mind. Every time I'm taking my devil snake spine. Divine rhymes of Frankenstein, I'm talking out loud. They saw the prophet and bowed. Angel wings on my feet, feels like I'm walking on clouds. You ain't shit, you're a punk. Pop the clip in the pump. You're closer to death by a hop, skip, and a jump. Territorial sites divide like stereotypes. In due time I fulfill religious burial rites. I'm sly like a fox, with eyes like a hawk. Spent some time in the box, and I blow up like an ox. You're not safe from hell, you're getting raped in your cell. I jumped the screw for his keys, and then escaped from the jail. My fam's heaven come together like the Trinity, divinity, entity, ready to kill a Kennedy. Your shit gets blown. I have you get some stitches, I'll break you like a wishbone and make you kiss the stone. I'm a beast waiting. In my dreams I see Satan telling me to get a gun and shoot up the police station. I'm from the underworld. My slaves obtained 100 pearls, blunts to twirl. Every night I fuck another girl. I'm on a far star, plant bombs with cops are. I target squad cars, Allahu Akbar. I break you apart, I've been a snake from the start. The only way to kill me is a stake through the heart. My razor shaves next, basement reeks of decayed flesh. Who do I slay next? I read Bible and play chess.
There is a shovel that is important in the countryside. I'm a beast like Ed 09 with Cain's mine inside. It challenging time is marked and there are vineyards and grapevines. This found inside the eye where some man is crushed and dies. My thought is sharp, it pins you to the wall behind. The wooden floor collapsed 3 times, the bodies are hidden beneath the sky. Yet I am a man who has become angry with the decisions of the king. So one night I started a crime ring. We hid barrels of gunpowder under the floor where the king was to give a speech, and blew his ass to smithereens, and blew his ass to smithereens. My poetry has a quill that pricks blood of his paranoia. I had this ship built in such a way that it would collapse mid-voyage. At night late down by the lake, overpass behind the creek, with a lit candle I creep. Perhaps you find I've constructed panels in the ceiling to collapse and kill you while you sleep. It is lost behind the wall, what has never been found to all. In time of the great fire you watch the chandelier fall. A door is cracked, though in fact what you find behind it exact is a place where a memory is trapped, or those killed by my axe. There is a war that rages in heaven, fish, zodiacs, many eyes and wings that are feathered. You are betrayed by creatures who seek their own death forever.
Yo, look me in the eye, your life's a total lie. I'm like the Godfather, I take your kids when you die. I visit small towns, spreading my sickness that's inflicted. Now I live in hospitals, painting pictures of my victims. It became a fairy tale, so the story keeps on living. On how I brought them death, the gift that keeps on giving. I stalk them all, horror calls when the darkness falls. I chop your balls, you hear the growls of the monster bros in the mental institution. On all kinds of medication, now I pray on their souls through constant meditation. Fuck a haircut, you need your head chopped off. Catch you in the crossfire when the lead pop off. My parables are terrible, I walk where pharaohs go, through the halls of miracles, the fallen walls of Jericho. Next to me is ecstasy, the Holy Ghost reflects in me, a living legacy through ESP. I see destiny, I hoard the steel, that'll make them mourn for real. I sworn to steal, I was born in jail. Prophet Muhammad came to me in a dream with the lights out, and instructed me to suicide bomb the White House. For he's the final prophet and Jesus is the Messiah. We're no longer awaiting the return of Elijah. Through land and sea wouldn't find a man more noble. I react nuclear, melt to the core like Chernobyl. Inserted in the gun, you want a hamburger bun. I murder for fun and burn your corpse with a gun. I bled red gravy, when I was young the lead grazed me. I'm head crazy, I break bread with dead babies. You're disgraceful, wasteful, ungrateful, unthankful. A skeleton reach out the ground and grabs your ankle. In a haunted swamp, when I'm around, you hear the monster stomp. A dead body could still let out a rotten fart. I see the bitch in you, I'm wishing you the chicken flu. Only if you knew what was brewing in my witch's brew. Throw stones at holes made of glass alone. Recite poems that move bones in sacred domes in Rome. There's no defense known against this killer's assault. No looking back or you get turned into a pillar of salt. If I'm not left alone, then I will wet your dome. There's no better poem. I crack the Rosetta Stone in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I part Red Sea's whole. My lead needs souls. In my head I see trolls. No doubt I rhyme best. I got a Teflon line vest. A whole human body is hard to digest.
There's no way you do that. Pain in hell has two sides. The kind you can touch with your hand, the kind you can feel in your heart. Your soul, the spiritual side. And you know, the worst of the two is the spiritual.
I'm leaf twisted, but still kill your whole belief system. I speak wisdom, translated to street diction. A past victim of the governmental grapple. Now I slash you, I'm the slave with snap shackles. After cash rules, ALites move with me. We murder the face involved in the 360. 85 face the truth, you're too dumb. You burn and failed attempts reaching the sun. I grab you and squeeze until your pores bleed. Manipulate the earth that you formerly believed. Even after you're buried underneath the soil, send a message to hell, nobody grieve for you. Your physical mass is converted into ash. Allah's wrath is engraved on your epitaph. Spend eternity with the underground forces. The screams echo in deaf ears of the remorseless.
You don't even wanna test.
Oh, you wanna kill more? God bless.
You don't even wanna test.
Oh, you wanna kill more? God bless.
The raw mangler, 7 angels of angular, strangle the pagans who stayed in the pages of diameter. Rhyme shatterer with 9 rhymes, I'm hacking you. The author will scorch you with the torture of Joseph Mengele. Sending you to the squared circle to meet me. To beat me won't be easy, you'll face DC's of Nietzsche. Blood will appease me. Raps are prehistorical, cerebral, a cathedral that leads you into the oracle. I'm horrible, I burn with no time to react. Rewind that, so find apple spines on the back. In time I crack minds, that's what the brain desire. Messiah pulls his pariah into the rain of fire. Barbed wire around pagans who read the Bible. Genocidal and liable to just cleave your spinal. Final hours, the forbidden fruit they find desirous. Study rappers bringing whackness like Kabbalah scholars. First in line to try to battle me, I left them limbless. Tragic rap was just a fallacy, I left them skinless. Beginners, keep your distance because we might be vicious. You can find me with Lewis Logic drinking pints of Guinness.
You don't even wanna test.
Oh, you wanna kill more?
Hey yo, when I rhyme, fortunately some say I possess a Jedi mind. So the force is with me when I rhyme. So that makes me spit a fresh one. So when dread is done, even an atheist will say I blessed them. And when my jam bangs, better cop that. Fuck all these players who can't hang. Get a jock strap, cause we drop bombs. Better be scared, cause it's either hop on or be prepared for us to lock horns. We engage, when the pen sprays, we wage war. And then you know what they say, when it rains it pours. So face us, cause you can't change the laws of nature. We independent, it's competition calling us major. We major threats, who deliver, so place your bets. We'll bring it minus the Moet Rollies and Averex. We just spit, shit too amazing, just shit that when you face it, you'll see it's a must-win situation. Ain't no second chance anyway, not next to the champs, because just our freestylers getting grants from the NEA. We well endowed versus these rappers we tell about. Cause us and them, difference between taking the L and a bow.
You don't even wanna test.
Oh, you wanna kill more? God bless.
You don't even wanna test.
Oh, you wanna kill more?